Audio check. Alrighty, folks, we are back from the ad, and I think I'm about ready. Let's see here. I'm gonna clean off my glasses a little bit. All the better to see you with, as they say. That's much better. D. Holmes, welcome in. How are ya? Played the whole trilogy. Nice. Alright, let's see. Let's make this music a little bit quieter. There we go. And I think I'm ready. So let's go over to this screen. How are we doing today, folks? Welcome in. It's me, it's you, it's Friday, it's RPG time. Broken Quest, welcome in. How are you? I've got my matcha in this thing today because I don't want to deal with condensation. I feel good today. I feel like I'm pretty much back at 100%. I felt pretty junky on Wednesday. And I was worried about it because I thought it was a signal that I was going to be feeling even junkier soon. But yesterday was a lot better. Just a little bit of tiredness and fog, but it wasn't enough to keep me from starting a new game with a bunch of dense lore. And today I feel like all of that's gone. I don't have a scratchy throat. There's nothing going on in my mask. And I don't feel sluggish and irritable, really. Beyond the norm, I suppose I should say. So I'm excited for today. You were at the Minnesota State Fair for the whole afternoon yesterday, and now you're very sore. Yeah, that's a lot of walking on a lot of hard concrete, and I'm sure it's hot as well, which makes all of the exertions that much more difficult. Good casual exercise, though. The old State Fair. Did you happen to go by Dino's Euros? I'm sure my old cover band was playing there. They usually play several days at the fair, and they pretty much always play this particular weekend, because this is the same weekend as 2DCon, one of the local Twin Cities conventions that my video game band plays at quite regularly. We're not playing this year, obviously, otherwise I wouldn't be sitting here. But we play there probably more years than we don't. And we always have to work around the cover band schedule at the State Fair, because same bass player. And I used to be one of the guitar players in there too, before I moved. But I know for a fact they're playing the fair this weekend. I just don't remember what days and what times. Probably tomorrow, if I had to guess. But they're always at Dino's. It's a great spot. I miss playing with those people. Let's see. What else do we need to talk about before we do our recap of yesterday? Today's the last day to vote for the Tuesday game. We have a poll running in Discord right now for a new Tuesday game. We're going to close that at the end of stream today and find out what the new Tuesday game is. We just beat Tearaway on Tuesday, so this is kind of a fast one. But that poll went up Tuesday evening. If you're just now hearing about it and you want to know about polls sooner, there is a role that you can add in Discord. Go into that channel that's called Notify, and you can add emoji reacts to get different roles in the Discord server, because I don't ever use the @everyone ping unless it's like a really like massive earth-shattering announcement that's like out of the norm, or like, you know, an emergency or something. Something really like on the fly, I guess, is when I would use that. So like when I go live, there's a tag for that specifically. If you want to get pinged when I go live because you don't trust the Twitch notifications, because you shouldn't. If you want to get pinged when a poll opens up and you like voting on stuff, there's a specific role for that. So just keep that in mind. If you like voting on stuff, but for some reason you don't have that polls role, I would add it. Because in a situation where I don't have a lot of time to plug it on stream, I would hate for somebody to miss out on it that wants to be part of the vote. So, you're a huge Kojima mark? I didn't know that about you, Broken Quest. Thank you for voting. You like using the everyone ping in some Discords you're in because it's funny how weirdly annoyed it makes people. I mean, that's a pretty scummy thing to do, Shane. I gotta say, that is pretty unhinged behavior. I am one of those people that don't like when people overuses the @everyone tag. It's kind of a lot. Like, I'll just end up muting the server inevitably, you know, and just turning off notifications. Because you can suppress @everyone, which is a great feature. But, you know, like if you're gonna use @everyone every time you go live, every time a poll goes up, every time you post like a life update, like you're gonna have just so many of those, and it's just notification overload for most people. So I think it's cool to allow people to customize their notifications. But yeah, there's very few Discords I'm in where the @everyone ping is even turned on. I default to turning it off. There are a few where I turn it on, but most of them I don't. And the ones where I have it on are people that use it infrequently. So. MGS is like your second favorite game series. MGS3 is a top 5 game for you. That makes sense. Yeah, I consider myself a huge Metal Gear Solid fan, but I guess I feel like there's so much other Kojima stuff that I don't necessarily feel like that makes me a Kojima fan. Like in totality. Like, obviously, yes, the reason why I like Metal Gear Solid is because of the Kojima-isms. So I do like various stylings of Kojima's writing or directing or whatever, but I haven't really played any of his other games. You know, I've never played Death Stranding, and I never played any of the horror stuff that he did. I haven't played like Snatcher or Police Knots yet, so I guess I would feel like a bit of a fake fan if I was like, oh yeah, I love Kojima style, but I've really only played Metal Gear Solid. So yeah, I would just say for me, I'm a Metal Gear Solid fan. But Boktai will be my first non-Metal Gear Solid Kojima game, so that'll be exciting. I've seen pretty much all of Death Stranding because I watched Jackie play it, and I've seen a lot of Snatcher because I watched B play it. And I think I would enjoy playing Death Stranding, but I think it would overwhelm me too much, and it would take me entirely too long to play through it, but I'm sure it would have a huge emotional impact on me. I just don't think I can dedicate the time that it would require, so it's probably better for me to experience that game like a HBO miniseries through someone else's Let's Play. Snatcher, I would love to play at some point, but it's pretty inaccessible. And Police Knots I have avoided because I really, really want to play that game for myself for the first time insulated. And whenever I get a PS1 or PS2 ODE, that's going to be like top of the list, is Police Knots fan translation. Which hopefully I can do in the next, I don't know, realistically 3 to 5 years. I would like to say 1 to 2 years, but realistically 3 to 5 years. Is probably about how long it will take to get the PS2 or PS1 ODE set up. I have a PS1, but it unfortunately is not the right model to mod for an optical drive emulator. So I don't know what I'm going to do with this PS1. It works. I just don't have any reason to use it over my PS2. I'm going to get better picture output and performance out of my PS2. So there's no reason for me to invest in like having this PS1 set up all the time. So it's kind of just like a museum piece. It just sits there. It's right in front of me. I guess if some use for it came along, I would have it, and I like that about it. But I would need to get a different model if I was going to mod it for an optical drive emulator. I'm also waiting for a new optical drive emulator package to be completed. There's one in production that's not done yet, and that's ideally the one that I would want to go for. I'm kind of hoping that somebody will make an all-in-one for PS1 and PS2 so that it functions just like a PS2, where you can just mod the PS2 and then it's got, you know, you can do your PS2 stuff and your PS1 stuff on the same machine. That would be really nice. But surprisingly right now, there's not a lot of ready-made solutions that do that. There's one and the other. It's kind of weird. Same for like DS versus 3DS capture, although not as bad since you can play DS games on a modded 3DS. Game Boy family has kind of the same problem. But yeah, ODEs are really cool. I agree. I will be getting the Flippy Drive later this month for the GameCube, which is really exciting because my GameCube laser is on its last legs. If I want to play a disc game on my GameCube, it takes a very long time to get it to go. And there's a good chance that it will, you know, crash or have a read error while I'm playing. So I usually play GameCube discs on my Wii. I could go in and crank up the laser intensity like a quarter turn, and it would probably work great. And I may do that at some point. I may do that when I install the flippy drive. But I need to back up all of my GameCube discs because they have one of the shorter shelf lives, we're finding out, for one. And because my laser doesn't work, I'm not using them as much. So I would love to get all of my GameCube discs backed up and put onto the flippy drive once I get it. That'll be phenomenal. But I need a hacked Wii in order to rip my GameCube discs. And I don't have a hacked Wii, and I refuse to hack my Wii. So I'm going to either have to buy a hacked Wii that's already done and ready to go, or I'm going to have to... the more preferable option would be to find someone I know that has one that's willing to let me borrow it for like a couple of months and just let me rip all of my GameCube and Wii discs. You hacked your Wii for Xenoblade and Disaster Day of Crisis. Wait, what is Disaster Day of Crisis, and why did you hack it for Xenoblade? Was it during the time where Xenoblade was like a stupidly expensive game? When GameStop inflated it to like $130 for a used copy or something? Oh, before Operation Rainfall. Got it. So you were just trying to play a Japanese copy. That makes sense. That was such an exciting time to be plugged into gaming news for me. Resident Evil 0. I love the GameCube. It's such a cool system. It's a Monolith Soft game. Oh. Huh. A goofy Monolith Soft game. Yeah, that doesn't sound like anything I've ever heard of before. They usually are making, you know, Xeno games that are pretty dense and serious. Goofy in the sense that they have 10 million proper nouns. And we're gonna get to that soon. What was the other thing I wanted to mention before we started today? Before we got into the recap. We talked about the poll. I got the new memory card, so we're all set up. The memory card on your screen is my new, beautiful, translucent red OEM memory card. It's got the save files on it. I tested it yesterday. Everything's all Gucci there. So we have a full memory card to dedicate to this playthrough. We're going to be able to cascade our save many, many times. I think we had like 11 save files in Suikoden 4 with a blank memory card. Well, actually, that memory card wasn't blank. We'll probably get a lot more than 11 with a blank memory card. We may have way more save slots than we know what to do with, which is totally cool. You never know. You never know. Man, I thought there was something else that I wanted to bring up. What was it? My mind is drawing a blank at the moment. My brain is honing in on all things Xenosaga. And, like, preparing itself for the recap. Which is great. Let's see. Oh, here's something I can mention. This weekend, I have a lot of stuff to do. And a lot of it's not stream related, so I'm not going to bore you with that. But I've been very behind on my my housekeeping for Backlogged. I have three games now that I've recently completed that I need to write reviews for, and I'm gonna try to make some headway on that. The Last of Us 2 and Tearaway reviews, I will do my darndest to get up this weekend because I want to get my thoughts out on those while they're still fresh. Not that I think that any of you are like eagerly awaiting to read them. It's just that the longer I wait after finishing the game to write them down, I feel like the less captured my experience is. So I'm going to try to get those out this weekend for my sake. The 10-2 review, I don't know, man. I'm in a weird place with the Final Fantasy X-2 review right now. I had this like huge burst of inspiration right afterwards, and I wrote like a ton of stuff, and all of it was like kind of about my journey leading up to playing the game in 2025 and like where my head was at starting the game and how I got there. But once I actually got to the part where I was actually writing down what happened in the game, I got the wind kind of taken out of my sails, and I haven't touched it since. And I've been having like some mixed feelings about it. So I'm just waiting for like another burst of energy or inspiration or something. I have a lot going on right now as well. So like I said, I have a lot of things to do this weekend that aren't fun video game things related that I've got to get done as well. So maybe once my plate is a little more clear, my brain will want to go back to that. We'll see. But yeah, I don't know. It's so tough, the traditional 10-2 experience. But see, okay, the thing about this, Shane, is that I feel like what I was conditioned to believe the traditional 10-2 experiences were, I didn't have. I was conditioned to believe that there were two, like, kind of binary experiences to have with 10-2, and I expected my experience to lean towards one or the other. Obviously I didn't think that there were only two possible experiences, but like, two realms of experiences, the two circles of the Venn diagram, if you will, with a very, very small sliver in the middle. Or maybe I felt like there was no Venn diagram and they were just two circles and you had to land in one of the two and you couldn't land between. Maybe that's a better way to think about it. But coming away from the game, I had this experience that didn't fit into either one of those categories that I had been conditioned to believe were the only two possibilities. And I was feeling like, okay, I've never heard anybody react to this game the same way that I feel like I'm reacting to it. So I feel like I need to put my thoughts out there to see if there are other people that had this experience, and I just don't know how to find them, or if somehow, like, there's no way my experience was novel, right? But why is it that I've only heard of people having these other two types of experiences that were not at all my experience? And where does that put me? But there's a lot that goes into it. Like, there's a lot of things making me feel like it's not worth it, basically. Like, it's not worth me, like, putting all this time and effort into, like, putting my thoughts out there, because either nobody's gonna see it and nobody's gonna engage with it, because I'm a microscopic creator, or it's just gonna be like white noise because, like, inevitably somebody's gonna have like a bigger, better thing that they've made that encapsulates what I'm trying to say, in a more concise or more literate, more learned, more whatever than me. So I got kind of discouraged there, which is not normally a trap that I would fall into with something like, making music or some type of like art or whatever. But for some reason, like, the thought of like, okay, if I put this out there, there's going to be people that might agree with me, and it would be cool to find those people and, like, maybe get a little bit of rapport or validation from them or whatever, that I don't just exist on an island, because I know that's not possible. But that's a maybe, right? But what I would assuredly get is a bunch of people yelling at me, and saying many number of things. Like, they would either say, oh, you're saying, you're saying one thing, but you mean another, and you just fall into this other camp of people, and you're just LARPing you know, that you're not one of them, or you know, who knows what else. So, and I really would get mad about that. So, I don't know. I may just never post this review. Because I may never finish it. I may never be motivated to finish it. The problem is I can't do it succinctly. That's the problem. Like, usually I can fit my review into like a, you know, 1 or 2 page thought, and, you know, it's like, this was my experience with the game, I enjoyed it. But like, that game specifically is such a can of worms, and there's so many like little nuanced details that if I don't say enough, it's going to misrepresent what I think, and it's going to make somebody that reads the review jump to conclusions, and I wouldn't be able to abide that. So the result is I have to say 10 billion words, and I just don't know if it's ever going to happen. Because right now I'm kind of just feeling like it's not worth it, but we'll see. Just in case anyone's wondering, I know I posted about it in Discord and mentioned it a few times right after I finished the game, and I hadn't talked about it since. So that's what's going on with that. Anyways, let's fire up the game and do a recap, shall we? There may be something else that I forgot to bring up at the beginning of the stream, but I've forgotten what it is. So if it comes to me, we'll talk about it. If not, so be it. Okay, so let's go right here. Let's get into the game. Usually I like to load into the game and have game music playing while we do the recap. But since there's not a lot of background music in the games, or in the game, oh my god, playlist. I hate the playlist controls for YouTube so much. I've talked about this many times before, so I'm not going to repeat it again, but the way that you can't pause a video before it starts because of the play controls moving around is so stupid and annoying. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a recap on the like email screen because it has background music and it's a great song. So let's load in. Pro-mugging the elderly. What the heck does that mean, Shane? I've never heard that expression before. Oh, you mean pro as in supporting. Gotcha. Okay, so we're going to go to the UMN. And then this is our recap music. Okay. So I took quite a few notes yesterday. Unlike when we played Tactics, you know, whenever we played Tactics, I had to stop playing the game in order to take notes. Because I read all of the dialogue aloud. And the game would not advance if I wasn't playing it. But this is much different, where most of the exposition is voiced in cutscenes, at least at the front of the game, the front half of the game. So I can just sit there and listen and, you know, watch the scene and take notes while it's happening. So I think that's going to turn out really nice for you all, to not have to sit there and listen to me dictate every single thing that I write. Maybe some of you will miss that. I don't know. I won't be reading aloud everything that I write. I'll do that if I want to. You know, if I'm in a situation where there isn't a cutscene playing, I will certainly flip the notes cam on, and I will do it just how I did before, where I say what I'm writing. And all of that is just in an effort to make it clear, like, this is why gameplay is not happening. The man inside the rectangle is writing. That's why he isn't playing the game. So when we do recaps, I think I might take a little bit more time to go over what I wrote, But I'm not going to just read everything straight down. Like, I wrote down 4 pages of notes yesterday. I'm not going to spend an hour doing a recap. Obviously, I expect the first day of a game to be the most writing intensive. But I know that this game is going to be writing intensive all the way through. So we'll see. But in a general sense, we got some world building. We got a lot of world building. We had a bit of a scene setting from, like, quote unquote modern day, like our era. And then we flashed forward into the future. And we met a huge cast of characters. And every event so far, since the intro, has taken place on this one particular spaceship, which is very cool. But let's get into it. So, the very first thing we saw was an event in the 21st century, so our current era, where an archaeological dig led by Dr. Masuda found something that presumably that he had been looking for. There was this metal inscription on the ground, and he held this little rectangular key thing that looks a lot like the giant monolith that we see in the spaceship here. And he, like, notices that the inscription in the ground has, like, a little inlay where this key fits into, so naturally he puts it in there. The, like, entire planet reacts. This giant thing rises out of the ocean. We see the monolith appear. And at first the monolith kind of looks like a hologram, but then later on it looks more solid, like a real object. And this huge beam of light comes out of the monolith, and then the whole thing kind of fades to white, and then we jump forward in time 4,000 years. So we're roughly 4,000 years in the future from present day, is my assumption. There's a new timing system that says that it's the year, like, 47 something or whatever. So we've clearly moved from AD to some new timing system. We get to meet the research team and Cosmos. The game starts with this kind of training sequence where they're going to fire up this new, android and run it through some simulations, and that's how we get to learn the battle system. We do see a scene of an astronaut in free space going up to the monolith, and the astronaut touches the monolith, but we don't really see what happens as a result. But we later find out that some people who touched the monolith disappeared and haven't been seen since, but that's considered like a rumor. And then we see a bunch of robots grabbing the artifact. They bring it on board a ship, and we later find out that that's the ship that we're on. The ship is part of this big fleet, and it kind of, like, fast travels away. Hyperspace jump. And during the intro, it looked like there were 2 different, like, it looked like maybe the ships that we were seeing were some other, like, evil fleet that was going to run into our fleet of characters that we were meeting, but it turns out that that's just us. So that was really interesting. We meet Shion, who's the chief of the research division and the leader. She's setting up the tests with Cosmos. Shion asks a lot of questions to Cosmos about how she's feeling, which is very interesting. And every time she asks one of these questions or has one of these little asides with Cosmos, she seems disappointed with the results. Disappointed but unsurprised, I guess. And Cosmos is doubling down on, like, I'm a tool, I'm a weapon, I am a war machine, I only do what you tell me, I'm not a human. But it seems like Shion is hoping for more than that, because she's constantly trying to touch on, like, feelings and have her kind of expand her mind. Shion also seems to be a pacifist. She hopes that Cosmos will never need to be used beyond simulations. So we do the whole tutorial section, and then Shion's like, I want to try this risky test that we tried before, and Alan is like, that's a bad idea. Alan is like her second-in-command assistant, who also appears to be pretty in love with Shion, or have a crush on her or something. He's very enamored with her, cares about her a lot. We go through the higher level simulation, and at the very end, when we get to the boss, something goes wrong. We see like a little glitchiness in Cosmos's behavior that nobody else seemed to notice except for us, the player. And then Shion says that she wants to test the Hilbert effect. We haven't gotten an explanation for what that is yet, I don't think. And then Shion sees this projection of a young girl. And the young girl looks a lot like her. It looks like it could be like a younger version of herself. But just as the little girl is wearing the necklace from Xenogears, or a necklace that looks very, very similar. This like little golden cross with a single jewel in the middle. And then Alan like reaches into the simulation and pulls her out. And then let's see. The crew is very unsettled. Especially the military guys. We find out that there's these kind of 3 different factions aboard the fleet. There's the military, there's the research division, and there is the investigations unit. And they're all like kind of insulated from each other with different missions and different information pipelines and that kind of thing. So the research division is, Shion's group, and they have Cosmos, and they are doing their thing, and then the military doesn't really know what they're up to and has to request reports from them. The military is kind of focused on this monolith object that they found, and they both kind of seem to think that the other knows more about it than they do, and they're worried about that. But it seems like they're all kind of uninformed. And then the investigations unit is basically the equivalent of like an FBI, like an independent organization that looks into everybody and has their nose in everything. And we suspect that they know the true nature of the monolith, but we don't know that they do. So people are talking about rumors surrounding the monolith itself, and then rumors surrounding what happened when it was retrieved, like the people disappearing. And then also speculating like, oh, it kind of seems like our mission and our orders have changed since this thing got picked up, and we don't know if there's like something supernatural with the monolith that's causing everyone's consciousness to change, or if it's just like some more tangible like government thing, where they like, oh, we figured out what this thing can really do, and so that's going to change our trajectory, but we're not going to tell the underlings because they'll, overthrow us or something. Let's see. The top leaders of the military branch request results data for the Cosmos tests because they know that it's behind schedule, and they're trying to kind of like move us along, I guess. So that's kind of what we're in the middle of, is Shion is supposed to be delivering these test results to the military brass, but we're still kind of on our way there. And Cephalon is the testing environment. We know that Phase 3 is the next step for Cosmos' testing, but it's raising a lot of concerns. More on that later. Alan has strong feelings for Shion. The rest of the crew seems very aware of this, and they like to give Alan a hard time about it. Kind of a weird dynamic, given that he seems to be their superior. And then Shion is working her way to the bridge, and we've had a bunch of events happen since she left the lab on her way to the bridge, and we still aren't there yet. We meet a bunch of different characters. We saw the flashback with this guy named Kevin, who we presume was lost in the incident 2 years ago, or accident 2 years ago, where the testing with Cosmos went wrong. We don't know this for sure yet, but that seems to be the implication. Kevin's not around. Shion mentions that she had a mentor, and she seemed to really, really like this Kevin guy. Maybe something romantic, maybe not. Maybe unrequited, we don't know. But we got a little flashback there with him. Shion is forgetful. She forgets to bring the data CD with the results with her, so Alan has to grab it and go check up with her, or catch up with her to give her the data. And then Shion finds the monolith, and she's kind of like drawn into it. She sees the little girl again. And that was actually where we saw the necklace, not the first time. And then she almost gets clobbered by this like apparatus that's holding the monolith, or surrounding the monolith. Luckily, the man who I labeled as Purple X-Face Abusive Guy, kind of like snaps her out of her reverie just in time for her to get out of the way of the thing that's about to clobber her, because she got too close to it. She actually touched it, and it caused her to have a vision. So that was very important. And then we learn that the whole company that is behind all of this is called Vector, and we learn that there's some entity or race or something called Gnosis that is generically the enemy of us. We don't really know a whole lot about the nature of them, but that's who we're trying to protect ourselves against and fight against. Alan catches up with Shion, gives her the CD. She has another little trigger event again, where we see the girl from the vision, but we see the little girl. Shion doesn't see her. Then we get to the lab. We meet Lieutenant Caspace. He's working with a group of Realians who need counseling, which seems to be kind of almost like a defrag process for androids. Like they go out into the field and do a mission, and then when they come back, they have counseling where they kind of like debrief what happened in a very literal sense, but also kind of like emotionally, because they're like engineered humans that don't have the same like cognitive bridges that we do. So we're trying to understand them, and they're trying to understand how to be more human. Very, very interesting. It was unclear if they were human or androids for a while, but we ended up learning that they're basically kind of somewhere in the middle. I'm sure we'll learn more about them. It's still a little bit unclear. And Shion is like very, very compassionate towards them, and everybody else seems to treat them like non-humans. They're treated more like tools, or weapons, or experiments or whatever. They don't assign human empathy or animal empathy to them. But she goes out of her way to build emotional connections with them and explore their emotions. So further kind of building up that aspect of her character. She describes them as being born differently. And I don't know if that's her like charitable interpretation to make them feel more accepted, or if that's actually true. We'll come back to that. So Shion kind of gives Caspace a bunch of information after we talk to all of the Realians, and he's like really impressed by how attentive and observant and all that kind of thing that she is. And she's like, oh yeah, actually I was thinking about transferring to this division when I finish my assignment. Caspace is surprised with that, because she's in the 1st division and he's in the 3rd. And apparently the 1st division is like really, really prestigious and sought after. And he was like, why would you want to leave the prestigious 1st division and come down here to the low level, 3rd division that's just focused on Realians? But she basically says like, because I care, because that's what I'm passionate about. And then she also gives this insight that her family doesn't think much of her, and that they're like, wow, how did you make it to the 1st division? Somebody must have mixed up the paperwork or whatever. And that seems to really rub her the wrong way. Then we meet Lieutenant Virgil. This guy is a real piece of work. He's a mess. He despises Realians. He's talking about how they stink, like literally. and he hates them, and they're just tools. He calls them merchandise at one point. And then Virgil kind of spills the beans that apparently the research division has an override code that allows them to assume control of all Realians, which does sound very problematic. And people start asking Xion about it after the fact, and they're like, is that true? And she doesn't deny it. She says it's real, but that she doesn't know what the code is, and that it would only be used in like a very specific situation. And apparently, based on Virgil's appearance, he has this like disfigurement and scarring on his face. Apparently, that means he is a DME addict, which means that he is addicted to consuming Realian flesh. So that immediately establishes a really weird dynamic where he despises these beings, but he's also addicted to consuming them. We learned later when we got the database how the addiction works as far as like its dependency, how it's established, and what the withdrawal symptoms are like. But what we didn't learn is the initial impetus for consuming the flesh. We haven't learned like what the high is, basically. Like, why would we learned what all the negatives were, but what are the perceived positives? Like, why would somebody consume Realian flesh and become addicted to it in the first place? So there's a bit of a missing piece there that I'm assuming we'll learn later. Caspace, after Virgil leaves, Caspace kind of tells us, hey, sorry about that. He and I go way back. We were classmates. He gives us a little bit of insight about him. He wasn't always like that. He wasn't necessarily like compassionate for him, but he just kind of gives a little bit of background on like, hey, this is why he is the way that he is. And then they start talking about this place called Miltia, which we later learned is a planet or a planetary system, maybe. And Xion is from there. Apparently there was a big war at this planet called Miltia, and the results of the war kind of resulted in some new laws and accords specifically related to the treatment and the rights of non-humans, like Realians and androids. And apparently no one's allowed to go back to Miltia, so anyone that lives there is like in permanent exile, which includes her brother, who she specifically says is he's trapped there alone. And then we learned about the email system. We're going to get side quests through this email system, presumably, and lots of extra little exposition and info. It's very cool. Like it a lot. We've replied to 2 different email quests so far. And in one of them, we learned about the second R&D division. So first is research, third is Realians, and second is hardware. So they make all the vessels and the eggs, who are like the mechs or the gears of this game. AGWS is an acronym. They shorthand pronounce it as eggs, which is very funny. Sounds like someone from Minnesota saying eggs, but we'll learn to love it. We got one email about a hacker who was trying to hack the second division, and we agreed to help them. That sounds very pointed and interesting. A hacker is suspected of wanting to create some type of destructive AI, and we're trying to trace where the hacker is. We're trying to find the terminal that they're using to access the network and, exploit the system. There's information that suggests that they are somebody who has really high level access, so it sounds very scandalous. And then we do learn that Xion is the creator of Cosmos, so that kind of coincides with her more intimate relationship and wanting more out of her. Cosmos is also entirely mechanical, which is very surprising. I'm not sure how to take that. And then we learn that Realians are artificial humans. Vector proprietarily created the means to engineer these artificial humans. We don't know exactly what the process is yet, but we know that they are the proprietary creator of them. Other companies produce them, but apparently they were invented by Vector, and they probably license out the process or whatever it is. And the last thing that I wrote down was that the monolith is being closely monitored by the investigations unit and is referred to by the codename Zohar. And that's kind of where we left off. We're still on our way to the bridge to meet with the military brass and show them the results from the latest Cosmos test. But there's I think there's still a few more stops that we want to make along the way. We played some little mini games, met a bunch of different people, got a bunch of cool information. Emails are coming in, tutorial stuff is happening. So it was very dense yesterday. It was very front loaded. And today will probably be more of the same. I think it's going to feel like we're in the prologue for a while. I have a tendency to think that the prologue is a lot longer than it is, though. So I'm going to try to be mindful of that. That happened in 10 too. But that'll about do it for the recap. What was I going to say? Shoot. I just had a thought. One of the things I want to focus on today is this keyword system in the database here. I have a feeling it's going to be very dynamic, and it's going to change on the fly as we have more conversations and discover more information about people. And I don't think that the game is going to go out of its way to tell me that there have been updates. Maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised, but I'm going to assume the worst. So. Alright, let's get out of here. So, right at the end of the stream, I actually backtracked to the first area. So we're back in the research division with all of our friendos. And we're going to talk to everybody again, because this is a game where people have anywhere between 2 and 7 dialogue boxes. And I didn't realize that until I had gone a ways. So I want to come back here and exhaust everybody's dialogue, just for any little nuggets that we might have missed. Anyway, right now, I think you should hurry and present the report to the captain. Good luck. Oh, Chief, perfect timing. I think I've tracked down the cause of that abnormality in the encephalon. Let me see. A forcible external interference? Yes, it was very brief, as the interference only lasted 0.002 nanoseconds. It doesn't seem to be from a local source, so it's probably from the UMN. Wait a minute. Cosmos' simulator is supposed to be an isolated system. I know. Theoretically, this should be impossible. I'm going to investigate further, but I may not be able to find anything. Yeah, that's troubling. So, the UMN is basically this world's equivalent of the internet, and Xion was basically saying, oh, well, Cosmos isn't connected to that at all, so the interruption shouldn't be possible for an interruption to be caused by that. Nobody should be able to tap in remotely. And she's like, yeah, I realized that. That's why I'm going to look into it. An alabaster angel with a strong nanotube frame, powerful and flexible tetracytose muscles, and Kevlar tendons all wrapped up in a slender form. I can't wait to see her elegance in action. By the way, what did you think of Miyuki's MWS? What did I think? Well, it might be useful for self-defense, but ultimately it's just data inside a simulator. Who knows what will happen in actual combat situations? I agree. Maybe she thought so too, because she just emailed me saying she'd send me the real thing. What's wrong, Chief? It's nothing, just a little headache. So the MWS is the explodey gun. I was actually kind of hoping we could get that by coming back here. But I don't remember where Miyuki is. Still dawdling? Well, I suppose it's important to stop and smell the flowers once in a while. You really ought to go and report to the bridge. After all, it isn't just the captain you'll be reporting to. I wonder if Togashi has ever actually smelled a flower. If we've been in space for thousands of years, how much plant life is there really? You know what I mean? We've got an ad starting in a few minutes. I'm going to go ahead and open a prediction here. Link versus Fox. 2 minutes to get your points in. I also forgot to start captions, so I'm doing that too. There we go. I can't wait to see Cosmos awaken. Then I'll be recognized and honored for my part in her development. Yeah. Okay, there's one more character up here. Is Miyuki... I think Miyuki was the girl who told us to talk to her after we were done with our... Don't forget, Chief, it's the red vector box. Make sure you pick it up the next time you encephalon dive. Yeah, we did. We got a mini game from it, I guess, but we can't play the mini game yet. So we'll just in due time. In due time. All right, we're gonna make our way back to where we're supposed to go. I think ultimately that was worthwhile, just for peace of mind, if nothing else. Oh yeah, watch out for those people in the hangar next door. They act like they're so superior. They even yelled at me for no reason. I'm not gonna read stuff that's repeated, just in case anyone's wondering. Does this guy say anything different? Incidentally, you must not ask me, as I know nothing. I take pride in knowing nothing at all. That's another one for the screenshot folder. That's incredible. So this guy's like waxing poetic about, you know, don't be afraid to ask for help, and knowledge is everything. And then he's following it up with saying, but don't ask me, because I don't know anything, and I'm proud of it. All right. Okay, no repeated text here. If I ever create the massive sweeping RPG of my dreams, I'm gonna create some highly telegraphed system that tells you if you've heard everybody's dialogue or not. Like, what if you turned dialogue boxes into collectibles? That'd be kind of fun. And you could see, like, oh, this NPC has one dialogue box that I haven't seen. And maybe there's a way to, like, intuit how to trigger that. It's like, oh, I need to have this specific character in my party. Or, oh, it's going to be after a specific story moment or something. I've been a Marine for a long time, but I don't recognize any of them. I wonder which division they belong to. Okay, we read that. They seem to be friendly with the first officer, Commander Cherenkov, though. Maybe they get along because they're both so overbearing. So yeah, the first officer guy, he's like the second in command of the military, it seems like. And he's this like really intense, hyper-militant, aggressive guy that a lot of people don't seem to like. And this mechanic guy is saying that the investigations unit people seem to get along with him. So that doesn't bode well. That could mean that they're, like, working together, or just that they're the same type of person. Well, it's odd for someone in maintenance to say this, but considering that these pods will only be used if something terrible happens on the Wogland, I'd be happiest if they never got used at all. Why is that odd for you to say? That's perfectly reasonable. Sorry that there's no music, y'all. But I think it would be too uncanny to, like, supplement my own music for these sections. Looks like we're going to have the tearaway problem is going to continue. The game has music, and it's really good. There's just a lot of time where it doesn't play. Oh yeah, this is the guy who's demanded our email address. We haven't gotten the email yet, though. Can't wait. It doesn't help that I'm just silently reading some text boxes that I've already read before, because I don't want to read them out loud. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and step away for the ad here. I'll be back in 3 minutes, folks.
Free for all! Lead! Ned, lead! Fox! 3, 2, 1, go! Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time up. This game's winner is Fox.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back. Fox wins again. He's got the victory now. He's clinched the matchup. Definitely running away with it here, 6-1. But Link still has a chance to improve his overall standings and hold Fox back if he can get some more wins here before we switch characters again. That is round 7 of 11. So we've got 4 more to go. See if Link can make something happen. What did the predictors think? Everybody believed in Fox. Well, I can't blame you for that. You get your points back. If you want to choose who fights next, you can do so. Pick a character with 1,000 channel points. Any of the 12 characters from the original Smash Bros. And if someone snipes you, you can choose their opponent, and I can help guide you with which matchups are still remaining. Because we are on matchup number 43 of 66. We're heading into the latter third before it'll be time to do some special on-stream event to determine who is the best Smash CPU of them all. Alright, let's go back over here. Back to our silent space prison. I've got to hoof it all the way across the ship again. This guy talks to us whenever we walk by. In accordance with the CR orders, we are exchanging the high-energy sealed nanomaterial. It is safe as long as there's no activation signal. Of course, we're still working with explosives here, so please be careful. Oh yeah, we got all this dialogue before. Interesting that it's food for the nanomachines. Also, it's very unsettling that the nanomachines are just everywhere. The whole ship has nanomachines all over it. So that if something happens to the ship and it gets damaged, they just seek it out and fix it. They're basically like, you know, like white blood cells. Little robot white blood cells. Okay. I need to confirm if this is Miyuki. I don't think it is. She wants to get coffee with us after we finish our duty. And she has blue hair, so I feel like she's a significant character, but I don't know. Maybe not. Alright, and then this was the Realian lab, right? Yeah. We had a lot of stuff happening here. Virgil's sarcasm. I don't recall his sarcasm. He was kind of just like an intense, mean idiot. Just sounds like we're in a plane. Does anyone get good ASMR from, like, airplane noises? I guess if you have, like, a fear of flying or any type of airport anxiety, you probably don't. But I find the sound of a commercial aircraft quite calming once you're at, you know, like, cruising altitude. I guess it doesn't necessarily have to be mutually exclusive, though. Like, I have a lot of anxiety about going through the airport and flying. Both things very separately for different reasons. But, once the plane is, like, finished with takeoff and, like, cruising, it is very... I do find it pretty calming. Just, like, the low hum. It's probably because I sleep with a box fan or like any type of white noise. Like, that's how I prefer to sleep, and it's like very similar type of sound. That's probably why I like it. The long stretches without actual music is one of your least favorite things about this game. Yeah, I could see it being a pain point for a lot of people. It's an interesting conversation. I definitely don't feel the exact same way about it in this game, at least so far, as I did in Tearaway. Like, in this game, it definitely seems more of like an intentional artistic choice. Whether you agree with it or not, or enjoy it or not. But, in Tearaway, it kind of just was, it didn't seem intentional. It didn't feel right. It's like, it felt like, oh, is there like a bug in the code? It seems like music should just be playing all the time. Like, especially with what types of games it was an homage to. Oh yeah, we have to help this guy find his key. We're gonna be on the lookout for that. But yeah, I mean, you know, being a music person, obviously I want to hear music. But from like a technical perspective, you know, you would have to create a lot of material, or you would have to subject the player to a lot of looping for a scenario like this. So I could understand, like, you know, like looking behind the veil a little bit, you know. Music is usually one of the later things created in the process, whether it's a film or a video game or whatever. You know, usually the game is like close to done when the music process starts. It's not always the case. Sometimes it's created alongside it. It depends on a lot of factors, but a lot of times it's at the very end, which means there's a short window and strict deadlines. And then also when it comes to like the pecking order of like actual storage media, whether it's an old cartridge game or a disc-based game, the music is always going to get the short end of the stick, or I guess I should say almost always going to get the short end of a stick when it comes to being allowed to use up a bunch of the storage space. So there could have been a lot of factors like that at play here, where, okay, you know, Mitsuda-san, it's time for you to compose music for Xenosaga. Go. Naturally, there's going to be a pecking order and a hierarchy to the most important scenes that need to be scored first, right? So all the cutscenes are going to get scored because that's music to picture, you know. That's a very specific thing. It takes a lot more effort than just writing a cool song that's going to loop in an area. So all the cutscenes are going to get done first, and those are going to take up the most storage space out of all the music, because they're going to be pre-recorded audio versus MIDI that's going to play through a hardware engine. So those are going to be actual sound files that get baked into a, you know, a full motion video that lives on the CD. That takes up like probably more than half of a disc on a disc-based game is just the FMVs, regardless of the generation. And then after that, they're going to write the key themes. They're going to write the main theme. There was no music on the title screen here. We know that these games had a rushed development cycle as well, and a lot of concessions were made throughout the process. Please don't talk too much about it because it'll probably be spoilers for me, but I know some of that. So my guess is all of this is pointing towards there was probably intended to be a little bit more music in this game than there is. Or at least I think that's very likely. That's a very likely possibility. That, you know, maybe there was going to be like a little bed of ambient music here, and either there wasn't enough time left for Mitsuda to write it, or there wasn't enough storage left on the disc to allow it. Maybe the music was written and they had to find places to cut music because Mitsuda was using up too much of the disc space, you know, and so they chose to cut various sections, and they're like, oh, you know, we have the white noise ambient sound here, it'll add to the mystique. Players won't be here for very long because they're not weird pedantic people that are going to go talk to all the NPCs 7 times and take notes in a spiral notebook. They're just going to run through, you know, who knows. Those are some of my speculations. How's it going, Deej? How are you? Nice to see you. I was just ruminating on why there might be no music in this area. We've got to be getting close now. Hey, Shion! Over here, right here! Oh, it's Sergeant Swain. Apparently we know you. Hello, Sergeant Swain. Is something the matter? I've got something for you. I'm going to present you with the results of my research. Research? You mean your hobby of investigating all the doors on the ship? Yep, that's it. But I'm not just investigating the doors. Well, want to know what I'm researching? Yes, please tell me. You know how the nanomachine core is still a black box, just like it was when it was first developed? It's a secret, but I hear it has a bug. If used for building and construction, it has a tendency to create useless corridors with locks. This poses no real harm, but it's been kept under wraps. I just happened to find the secret documents describing the bug, and this is a collection of all the hidden passages from all over the world, based on that document. Hold on. All the hidden passages all over the world. Every hidden passage ever created. Somebody figured it out. Amazing. Go on. This is the secret to my personal hidden warehouse. There's still 17 or 18 that I haven't opened yet. I search for them every time we disembark, but it's tough. Well, doesn't it seem fun? Almost like a treasure hunt, right? Oh, the ones on this ship are mine, so don't open them. Or rather, you already found a door? That's my Shion. You're sharp as a tack. Why are so many characters taking ownership over us? Thank you very much. It's obviously making her feel uncomfortable. Obtained segment file. Okay, every file we've gotten so far was a minigame. What do you think of the segment file? If you think it's interesting, search patiently. Even if you find the entrance, the key's sometimes in a totally different place. You know, I've got a bad feeling about this particular mission. Maybe your intuition improves over the years. If something happened to me, would you find all the remaining doors for me to open them? I just hate to leave things unfinished. Foreboding. Okay, so we have conflicting opinions here. Shane says it's Takahashi's mad genius that we have no music here, and SNES says that there's music on the disc, but it doesn't read the file properly. Both are viable explanations for sure. Glad it's the weekend. Yeah, happy Friday, Friday enjoyers. We just started this yesterday, Deej, but so far I'm very intrigued. It's very dense. There's a lot of lore, and I'm here for it. We're taking notes. I got the notebook out. We're doing color coding and highlighting and all kinds of cool stuff. Very excited. We've got an email. You did the new Star Wars ride at Disneyland, and they really make you feel like you're in space in one area because there's no sounds at all. Yeah, it's a profound effect, but it loses its effect over time. Oh, you were memeing SNES. Okay, gotcha. So what Shane said is probably the real deal. A huge screen showing you space outside the Star Destroyer and you just feel like you're in space. That sounds amazing. Yo, what's up, Pixel Quest? Welcome in. How's it going? Hello, hello. Namco released shooting game Ninja Assault TM. Use the powerful Mach gun said to hold magical powers and shoot down violent enemies. Beautiful stages set against the backdrop during the age of provincial wars in feudal Japan. Is this like a real game that they made and released around the same time and they're just cross-promoing? If so, that's really funny. Includes a complete port of the arcade version, newly added stages. Large increase in game content. All new original character Ao Kunoichi makes an appearance. New introductory demo. 32 mini game missions. GunCon 2 compatible. I love that we just got that as an email. This must be the interesting email someone mentioned I'd be getting earlier. It sounds like fun. I enjoy video games. Oh, so this was the super secret email that we were going to get from the weirdo guy in the hangar? Okay. Thanks, Ninja Assault marketer, I guess. Tales of the Abyss just keeps going. Still working on it, Pixel Quest. Very nice. Man, how long is she going to make me wait? She said to wait in front of the information board, but she hasn't bothered to show up at all. This is such a common RPG trope. Is there a name for this? Where there's like the two NPCs that are supposed to be in the same place, and they're both mad at each other because they both think that they're in the right place and the other one is standing them up. This is in so many games, and it's not like games made by the same people or anything like that. But it's such a common thing. Damn it, my break's almost over. Could it be that she doesn't like me? And it's usually like a date. You like it so far, but it just keeps going. Well, I forget how many Tales games you said you had played, but that's kind of a hallmark of the Tales games. They are just so long. They just keep going. They really do just keep going. Oh, so this way is going to lead us to the bridge. So we should go this way first. Let's go check it out. But yeah, that's been my experience with every Tales game that I've played, is that they are very, very long. Not necessarily in like a padded out or bloated sense, you know, that's up for interpretation. But I feel like it's not up for interpretation that they just are long games. I never lose. Okay. Oh. Cutscene. Yo, Ms. Vector. Come join us for a friendly game. Huh? Well, okay. No need to worry. The rules are simple. We're just gonna play tag. We're gonna try to catch you, alright? All you gotta do is get that item behind us without getting caught, and you win. Don't try to charge straight through us either. You need to watch your opponent's moves and use the features of the corridor to your advantage. You ready? Here we go. This is so weird. So we just do a little ring around the rosy here. So I guess this is like kind of weirdly a tutorial for escaping random encounters, but they move faster than me. What am I supposed to do about that? That was disappointing. At this rate, you won't be able to outrun the Gnosis if they attack. Let's try it again. No, I understand how it works. I understand how it works, man. I need to get them, like, caught on something. I feel like that's the only way I'm going to be able to do it. Maybe if I just get a really good head start here. Like, can I get them caught on that guy? But see, they're going to catch me on the straightaway here. Yeah, owned. Owned. Stuck on the other guy. Not bad at all. With these moves, you'll be fine even when things get hot. That guy played insane defense. Cool, we got a potion for that. I actually am not sure, Pixel Quest. I don't know if we've heard it said yet in a voiced scene, but if we have, it was literally one time. I've been saying Gnosis. If they end up saying Gnosis, I will change my pronunciation, obviously, to match whatever they say. Since we were investigating the disappearance of a planet, I thought we'd be out here for at least a half a year. But now that we've picked up one little piece of flotsam, that's it. What a letdown. And to make things worse, when I called my wife, she had the nerve to tell me that she'd be out vacationing and won't be home when we return to port. It's just that, well, I'm glad that the change in plans allows us to go home early, but if this is what being married is like in its third year, what's there to look forward to? What are you even talking about, dude? What do you mean? I want my explodey gun! I want to shoot boxes. Hello. Those things, they're called Gnosis, right? Do you think they're real? They're telling the public that they don't exist, much like the Loch Ness Monster or the Abominable Snowman. How are we still talking about those two cryptids 4,000 years into the future? We're in space, brother. Don't we have new cryptids yet? Or maybe it's just a ploy by Vector and the military brass to get funding for a new project. Oh, you're a member of Vector. That's not very nice. You should have said so. Hey, could you pretend you didn't hear what I said earlier? Okay, so apparently Vector is not the military. That was actually helpful. I was unsure on that. Who are you? State your name and rank. Oh, you're Vector personnel. You see, this is an emergency hatch, so there's no airlock. Everything will get sucked out if you open this in space, so please, stay away from it, just to be safe. You do understand, right? It's extremely hazardous, so you must never touch that switch. We have all these people telling us, don't touch that button, and it really looks like we can touch the button. Hey you, get away from there right now. Don't touch that console. I love that I can just be a menace. Is there something back here? Nope. Okay. But there could be. The G is pronounced not silent. Gotcha. I thought it was. Okay, before I go in that door, let me go over here. Oh. Man, the nerve! Those strangers took over the hangar and filled it with their stuff, so there's no room for our equipment. Oh, please don't touch that electromagnetic net. It's a barricade against Gnosis, but it'll electrocute people, too. But there's a box. There's a little treasure box. I want it. How do I get it? How do I get over there? I want it! I really feel like I'm supposed to have my explodey gun right now. A fleet of convertibles. It's silent in English, but it's pronounced in the original Greek and the original katakana. Oh, this? It's an eggs capsule. You can carry an eggs inside and deploy it as necessary. It uses the same space compression technology used in transportation to create a totally self-contained portable eggs hanger. My TV is humming so bad. Oh, don't forget, you can only recover FHP for the eggs at special places like specialty shops or like hangars. So you better pay attention, or your eggs will quickly become useless. The key is to selectively use it at the right times. Oh, and one more thing. You can't recover FHP on this ship. Oh. Well, that's important to know. Yeah, I had some nice speakers in here that I used for all my game systems. And they just stopped working. They just died. Stopped working. Really, really sad and annoying. So I had to trash them. And I have not replaced them yet, so I'm just using my TV speakers, which it really blows. And I never normally use the built-in speaker on this CRT. I haven't really since I got it, but they hum really bad if there's no sound. So if I'm in an area where there's music or like a environmental sound bed, it's fine. But if I'm in an area that's completely silent, they will hum super bad. It's like there's some kind of like, dynamic mastering thing that's trying to happen. So it's trying to like push the noise floor up to make a quiet sound louder, but there's no sound. Well, if it isn't the Vector Chief, what can I help you with today? I'll sell you whatever you need real cheap. Oh, a shop. This is our first shop. We can buy med kits. That's pretty nice. Oh, escape from battle. That would be really good. Full HP and EP recovery only on a save point. Okay, maybe save points don't heal us. Let's see. Let's buy... Whoa. What's happening? Oh, I can buy accessories. Got it. I have both of those. Let's buy 3... yeah, we'll buy 3 more med kits. Let's buy 2 of these escape packs. We can buy 1 of these biospheres. And let's buy 2 more revives. I believe this is saying that I have both of these, and I have these both currently equipped on Shion. Oh, I almost forgot. I have some interesting information. You know that vaporizer plug-in being used experimentally in the simulator? Yes, my company developed it. Yes, that's the one. It destroys obstacles via connection gear. They're announcing a working model soon, so Vector is sending us prototypes. If you're interested, come back later. Okay, so maybe this is where we get that. That's good to know. This really ticks me off. We have to escort an investigation we know nothing about and take on enemies that we know even less about. But when things really hit the fan, we're the ones who have to bear the full brunt of it. We should just leave it to the Realians to get their asses kicked by those ghosts. The Realians are perfect for fighting Gnosis. Living puppets versus ghosts. It's weird that they think of the Gnosis as ghosts, but I guess if they can be anywhere and, like, take any shape, that does kind of make sense. Let's see, we go to character, and then equip. Yeah, uniform and protector are what I'm currently wearing. I don't know what this is, though. Oh, that's right, we have a bunch of T points that we need to use. I'm gonna hold off for now, since I can do this at any time in the menu. I'm gonna probably wait until we're in a situation where battles are happening. And then I'll do some more of that. You have no idea just how terrifying they really are. Only after fighting them will you realize just how futile it is. Eggs and Realians are completely ineffective against them, and since they're not subject to our laws of reality. All we can do is pray. You ought to pray too that we don't get attacked. So this guy is implying that he has seen Gnosis. Interesting. Some people are denying they even exist. Oh, Chief Izuki, you want to get on an eggs again? You're a hard worker. Study it all you like, though it's just a simulation. Okay, what is this like? Alright, I'll boot up the simulator. I'm sure you already know this, but this is an eggs battle simulator, so please be sure to use an eggs during combat. Once in a while, we get people who fight barehanded, but that defeats the purpose of the simulator. Anyway, good luck. So it's basically saying, we're not going to force you to use the eggs in this simulator, but you should. He shot me. Slashy slash. Three. Is this just going to be a battle, or am I going to be able to explore, like, a specific area? No. Sorry, that was a... There we go, I get 2 this time. Bye-bye. A lot of non-plot tutorialization and lore dumping early on. Not a big fan of that either. I don't mind the front-heavy lore dumping, personally. Like, I can set myself to wait for answers to questions, but it does come with a bit of anxiety, because sometimes I think that my patience is too much, and like my level of assumption that the game will answer all of my questions is too idealistic. So I'll just be like, oh, I'll just sit back and enjoy the ride. I'm sure they'll explain that, but then a lot of times they don't, and then I get disappointed. So if everything's just kind of front-loaded and I can get a bunch of information right at the beginning, I actually kind of like that. It's a little bit overwhelming and exhaustive, but I'd rather, like, force myself to get over that hump right away than just, like, thinking about it, like, looming, you know, in the mid-game somewhere. But I'll take it either way. You know, or you play a game like Xenoblade X where you're still getting tutorials at like 70 hours. I would not choose that over this. Just give me all the tools at the beginning. And especially if I have like the option to engage with it or not, you know? Excuse me, have you seen Lieutenant Virgil? Yes, I just saw him in the Realian Infirmary. What? The Realian Infirmary? That's strange. Why would he go there? I thought he was a DME addict. Ah, so he is a DME addict. Doesn't DME addiction result from the consumption of Realian body tissue? Its symptoms are similar to poisoning, right? How did the lieutenant become an addict? I don't know the specifics, but I heard there was an incident during the Miltian conflict, and that the symptoms followed soon after. There's so much mystery surrounding that man. I still don't understand. I heard that his hatred for Realians is due to DME toxicosis, but that still doesn't explain his extreme hatred of them. Yes, but like, did he like accidentally become an addict? How does this happen? Like, why are people becoming addicts of eating these android people? You know, it doesn't make sense. Sheesh, look at those two. They've been making out in there the whole time. Get a room, for crying out loud. Who are you talking about? Damn, now I can't go inside. How am I supposed to get any work done? What? Quit bugging me, will you? These things are heating up in there, so be quiet. In here? They're not making out. What? No, I'm not doing anything. Oh, I meant, I'm working, of course. Let's see, where did I put it? Oh yes, that's right, I remember now. Jeez, I don't believe this. Why would anyone go out of their way to come into this room instead of just passing by? And here I was thinking that we finally found a place where we could be alone. Girl, there is like a 90-degree around the corner window in front of this console. Why did you pick this room? There's got to be like a broom closet. And there's a save point in here. That's going to be a high traffic area. It's like licking batteries. Once you pop, you can't stop. Yikes. Welcome in, Hunter. How's it going? Can't fault Virgil for needing a snack when his blood sugar got low. Yeah, he was just backed into a corner and he was so hungry and there was nothing around to eat except for Realians, and so he decided to eat them, even though he knew he was gonna destroy his neural pathways and become addicted. What is this music? Those Seraphim sisters sure got some nice pipes. Their moves could use a little work, though. Oh, he's like watching a music video or something? Wish I could have made it to their concert. It's been repeating the same footage over and over, but if you try to change it, that Marine over there goes into a rage. You can tell they don't let him out often. What? This is such a waste of my break. And why are you standing here? The holograms they have here are of the best quality. You know, the other day we had a Gnosis holo, and the entire crew panicked. It was utter chaos. The holograms are controlled via the console panel. But I'd recommend you not fiddle with it, or they could dock your pay, like they did to me. Again, giving us a glowing red button and telling us not to touch it. Heh. Got him. Oh, he didn't react. Did you react? Did you react? Hey, what do you do that for? I was watching that program. Why don't you go to another info station? Alright, I'll turn Bluey back on for you. Nerd. Moving on. I love all these little plants. These like super elaborate ficus habitations. Oh, we got another button. So is that going to close this little gate? Yeah, probably. Whenever I look at this switch, I hear a voice. Press me. Hurry up and press me. I dare you to press me. Can't you hear it too? Sort of, man. Sort of. Oh, I can't go in here. Maybe he's like you and he just hates onions, and if it was between onions and cannibalism, he would choose the latter. You're excited for the Bluey movie? You're a 37-year-old man? I mean, hey, they make part of it for the parents, too. You know, they put the like, familial suspense drama and stuff in there. There's, like, little breadcrumbs for the parents. They know what they're doing. I'm on the outs from it all, but I hear about it. Hey, enough is enough already. Don't blame them for everything. Shut up. I've had enough of your equal rights for the Realians and it goes against humanity crap. The Realians on this ship aren't like the old models that were assigned to Miltia. An incident like that will never happen again. How can you be so sure? After all, they're nothing but combat weapons. His family was murdered by Realians on Miltia. He's been prejudiced against Realians since then. Well, that's, you know, that's something. What's so great about Realians? There's no way you can trust those puppets. You know what happened on Miltia, don't you? Who knows, the ones aboard on this ship might go crazy too. Okay. I can't believe how laid back they are. We don't know when we'll be under attack, but those guys are totally oblivious. I've never fought Gnosis before, but I think I have a good grasp of how terrifying they are. Not even this state-of-the-art ship will stand a chance against them. Okay, I'm going to write something in my notes here really quick. So, there is implication that Realians went rogue at some point during the Miltian conflict, resulting in common prejudice. Okay. Definitely important to have people establish reasons for being so predisposed against them. This central elevator goes directly to the bridge. You're Chief Izuki of Vector, right? The captain is expecting you. Please hurry. If you have business on the bridge, please use this central elevator. How does he know that I'm expected up there? Why would he be told that? This gate is currently closed. Please use another gate. Oh, this is the other side of the other one that we couldn't get through, most likely. Can I go this way? Aha! I'm still procrastinating. Thank you, Shane. Oh, and this is just the other side of this. Okay, perfect. Alright, we're finally ready to go to the bridge. This should be pretty juicy. Wait, what did that say? Did it just say, go to the bridge? Yes. Have you seen the bridge? Last day to vote for the new Tuesday game. Get in there into Discord and vote. Just trying to remind y'all every so often. Oh, look, it's our favorite guy. You're 10 minutes late. It's no wonder that your research is behind schedule. I'm sorry. Instead of taking up more time with your apologies, you should hurry up and present your report to the captain. Well, I'm going to talk to everybody on the bridge first. Snooty jerk, man. Oh, it was Cosmos, right? The battle android? I hope it does well. What? I'm sorry. Android, you said? It's an android that looks like a human? I've only read about them in classical literature. Why are we building something like that now? It's also interesting that the concept is considered antiquated. that further establishes it as like a very like personal pursuit of Shion that not everyone else is seeing very much value in. No need to worry. Just one more gate jump and this operation will pretty much be over. We won't have to resort to that unfinished weapon either. Vector's headquarters is located on the Demerung, right? Oh. Is that a ship? Or a planet? You can take your time completing your weapon once you get there. The Demerung. I want to write that down, but I don't know what color to write it in yet, so I'm going to wait. It sure must be nice. You guys get to conduct your research while getting red carpet treatment on a military ship. On top of that, you'll get credit for active duty as well. By the way, we aren't counting on some prototype that was built as a hobby. Leave it to the pros if the enemy shows up. I love how confident they all are just talking to me as the head of the entire research division. Oh, you're from Vector, aren't you? How are you enjoying the Wogland so far? She's a great ship, isn't she? You know, you'd be better off working on something more practical, like naval engineering. How do you know anything about me? You know, you look like the type of person that might enjoy a spring in Holland. Oh, hi there. You're quite young for a chief engineer. They sure do things differently in large corporations like Vector. For such a young person to be given the opportunity to develop an android weapon, private companies sure have a lot of money to throw around. Wow, nobody believes in us. I'm sorry, I hope you'll forgive their rude remarks. Everyone's feeling a bit uneasy about the information blackout surrounding this mission. It's just that your department is an easy target for people to vent their frustrations against. As military personnel, they really ought to maintain their decorum regardless of their personal concerns over the mission. Alright, well this person's properly seated. I hear the Gnosis are extremely mobile. I'm not so certain that this ship's FCS is even capable of pursuing them. I hear the oh. Sorry, I already said that. This isn't good. It looks like they used low-grade coal and the exhaust is too thick. At this rate, they'll see us coming from beyond the horizon. Wait, what? What are you talking about? Haha, just kidding. The main engine on this ship is the Zeus A Model 2, a cutting-edge logical drive. It doesn't use coal. He got me. Shoot, we're low on hypergol. Hey, you got any good oxidizer? I'm just kidding. This ship doesn't use chemical propulsion either. It's completely free from the limitations of Newtonian dynamics. Wow. This guy's amazing. A modern warship cannot exist without a network. A fleet? No, the military itself is like a giant living entity. A mere link with this ship can mobilize several thousand troops, and that's not just through one synapse. Our communications department is quite knowledgeable in the use of hardware, and the entire staff is fluent in several languages. The work itself, though, is not very fulfilling at times. Alright, oh, nope, one more person. Those floating objects are console pods built exclusively for the 100 series observational unit realians. Unfortunately, the 100 series observational units haven't been issued yet. It'd be helpful if they were, but we're just fine on our own now. Okay, I think we've talked to everybody in this room now, and we can go talk to the big man. Oh, right here. Please excuse me for being late. Don't worry about it. Now that you're here, can you please show us Cosmos' data? Yes, sir, right away.
I see. I understand the basic specs. So, where's the actual field data?
Well, it's not quite ready. All I can provide today is up to A7.
So you don't have it?
Well, we'll begin testing with a mock-up unit very soon. But the system is still a little unstable and...
Aren't you just making excuses? Listen, Chief Uzuki. Why do you think you're on this ship? Think about that for a moment. This fleet may be newly outfitted, but it was assembled under major time constraints. And we have eggs units, but the 100 series observational units that go with them aren't available until later. What would happen if by some chance we were attacked by those things? I don't think I need to describe the outcome to you. The purpose of Cosmos deployment was to address this issue. Or am I mistaken?
No, sir.
Listen, you're not in a laboratory anymore. You're on a warship. This is a battlefield. Cosmos was supposed to be our frontline defense here, and now you're telling us it hasn't even woken up yet. There's no point in having a weapon that can't even get out of bed. That thing's only meaningful to us when it's fully operational. Why can't you?
Let it go, Commander. These people are working under serious time constraints. Just like our own squadron. Besides, they're only one step away from actual field testing. In the end, we all want to see this operation completed without having to resort to that thing. Don't we?
Of course, Captain. But I believe we... who's calling me?
Is there a problem?
No. Something urgent's come up. If you'll excuse me.
I bet that's the investigations unit.
I don't know.
Well, never mind. That's enough for today, Chief Uzuki. Let me know if any new developments arise.
I'm sorry we failed to meet your expectations.
Oh, there's no need to apologize. What's important to us is how reliable the system is once we start using it. Rushing the project won't get us anywhere. So just calm down and take as much time as you need. The government's funding it all anyway, right?
Well, he sure is a fun-loving guy.
Take the rest of the day off.
Can he even order us to do that? We don't work for him. He was just lamenting that earlier. Okay, one more thing that I want to write down from that scene. During his diatribe, Cherenkov gets called away by someone unknown. And then we'll write down a question here. Could it be someone from the investigations unit? I really wish the investigations unit had a different name. I want to just call them the FBI. They need some kind of shorthand. All right. So we presented our data. Moriyama was chill about it. Cherenkov was not. Don't worry about the commander. He's one of the best, but he's a bit on the anxious side. He tends to take out his worries on others. What's the matter? You've been pushing yourself too hard lately, haven't you? Go back to your quarters and get some rest. Oh, okay, so it's sleep to progress time. But first, an email! I love how we get stopped in our tracks every time an email comes in. Here's a sprinkle. Oh, another Miyuki. Are you gonna give me the gun now? Great, I thought you'd be in. I just forwarded you the file you need. Please save the file attached to this email. The attached file is a plugin called Sprinkle, which is being distributed for free by a software company called Magnelli Systems. Let me give you a brief explanation. This plugin works by taking advantage of unused cycles on your connection gear, so it does not burden the ordinary functions. Repeats required processes only when it's not being used. The results are automatically fed back to a secret server. That's the general idea. Huh? I may be able to finish it even if you don't help. Download. Saved attachment. weird that I had to choose download. That's a little odd. Because the first time we had to download, it downloaded automatically. Okay, so if I go to UMN, am I going to see that? Dang it. Yeah, there's Sprinkle. I don't understand what this does. It said that it would take advantage of unused cycles of my communicator and then cycle the like unused resources back to some other server. But what does that mean? I don't know what that means. Oh, you know what? I probably need to talk to all those people again. I should find out if they say anything different. Nima doesn't like how quiet it is in here either. Nima doesn't like it when it's just silent. Triggers her anxiety. I think she has tinnitus. I think that's part of her anxiety around storms, is it affects her tinnitus. And because she's hung out in so many like loud rehearsal spaces over her life, I think she has like tinnitus, like ringing in her ears. And she likes when there's like music or constant sound because I think it makes her notice it less. Alright, they're all saying the same thing, so I think we're good. I'm gonna save before I sleep, just in case there's some like cataclysmic event. There's inevitably gonna be a cataclysmic event. It's just a matter of when. Chief Uzuki of Vector 1st R&D Division, you have a package from Vector HQ. Please claim your package at the eggs hangar as soon as possible. Perfect. This is going to be our gun. We've got an ad starting in a few minutes here. I'm going to forego the prediction. But I will start it in just a minute here. Let's see. Was that up here to the left, I think? Yeah. I think we talked to this guy, it seems like. Well, if it isn't the Vector Chief, what can I help you with today? I'll sell you whatever you need real cheap. No? Oh, I almost forgot. I have some interesting information. Yeah, this is the same thing. Yes, my company developed it. If you're interested, come back later. I'm interested. I'm coming back later. He just says the same thing. Okay. Well, this is definitely the eggs hangar. Maybe it's just somebody else that I need to talk to. Here we go. You're from Vector, right? There's a package for you. It's addressed to Miss Suzuki. It looks dangerous, so be careful while handling it. An MWS. So this is what Miyuki's email was about. Huh. I guess she still intends to use me as her guinea pig. Obtained NWS. Cool, now we can shoot things. I'm gonna run the ad, and when we come back, we're gonna blow up this space station with our new gun. How exciting. Oh, we might be forced to rest. We'll see. See you in a few.
Free for all! 3, 2, This game's winner is Lee.
Wow, Link got one. Okay. He was playing really poorly there. He definitely should have had one more KO. And he actually did get the KO at the last second, but Fox didn't hit the blast line yet, so he didn't get the point for it. But it was still enough to win. So I guess overall it must have been a pretty commanding performance for him. And Link also had an unnecessary self-KO where he was launching Fox off the side and then just kind of walked off the edge like an idiot. But he still won. So that'll make it 2-6 now with 3 rounds to go. Still wide open if you want to pick who fights next. We will randomly generate a matchup if we don't have community selected combatants. Okay, we got our scores updated. Let's go back over here. I'm getting a little tired. I think I should go rest in my room for a while. But what if I didn't? What if I shot everything instead? Let's go... Oh, dang it. Circle to confirm. Circle to confirm. It doesn't show up as a plugin. Actually, let's check in the database really quick here. I want to see if any of my entries have updated. That one's the same. That one's the same. I'm just curious, you know, to find out as soon as I can if these are going to be dynamic. I have to assume that they will be, especially like the character-related ones. Man, it's really easy to hit the wrong D-pad direction. I wonder if that's my controller. Okay, we read this. Multiple weapon system. It's also really interesting how we're given information about things in here that we haven't seen yet or heard yet. Is this new? No. It would also be nice if there was like a new for like unread ones. That's probably asking a little bit too much. That's my Final Fantasy 13 brain. Alright, well, it seems like we have this gun, but we can't use it. Character weapons? Here it is. Multitude of hidden weapons built into it. Oh, nice. This shows us which ones we have found so far. Nice. I was thinking about writing this down, actually. And now I don't have to. So it records the number and where we got it. That's so nice. So I'm assuming the way that this is going to work is that, like, the door that has address number 18 is going to open a different door. And eventually we'll find a code, one of these other codes will open this door? Maybe I'm misunderstanding that. Alright, well, I wanted to go all around the ship, blowing up these blocks because I thought I was going to be able to. But apparently that's not the case. So I'm just going to go back to my room, save, and then sleep. The little guy is hollering right now, if y'all are hearing that. I don't know if you are. You're probably not, but you might be. He's been a little bit cranky today. He's just getting hungry early. He doesn't get to eat for like another 20 minutes, but he's probably starting to get hungry already. This minimap is nice, but it's not as nice as it could be. Not as nice as it could be. It is a long walk as well to get to and from places. Especially now that we're not seeing anything new or hearing any music. We're just walking. The things they use at the airports, yeah, the moving sidewalks. Those are fun. I like those. I always feel like such an annoying person at the airport when I use those, because I'm the type of person to use them and then look around and be like, ugh, why isn't everybody using this? Or like, why are the, you know, why aren't the people who are on it but not moving, not keeping to the left, you know? Some like annoying idealistic thought. Oh.
That was a grave mistake, Cherenkov. I believe I already warned you about the dangers of the Zohar. You should have been more careful while retrieving it.
Yes, sir. I'm afraid there's no excuse for the fatalities that occurred during the recovery. However, we can...
That's a trivial matter. Forget it. The problem is that those people touched the Zohar and then vanished. And, in addition to that, you're still transporting it while exposed to normal space. Because of that, we've had to move the plan up 2 phases. We can't have the Zohar falling into the government's hands.
2 phases? But why are you...
We picked up local UMN activity on our EPR radar. The fleet is column jumping towards the position of your convoy. They'll cross your vector in 5 hours, 22 minutes.
No, it can't be. Them?
I told you, you've made a grave mistake. We dispatched reinforcements an hour ago. So keep it safe at all costs until they arrive.
Will they make it in time?
Just keep it safe until they arrive. I don't care if you have to send it into hyperspace by itself. Fortunately for you, your ship is carrying that weapon. I don't know what Vector's up to, but take advantage of the situation if you can.
Excuse me, sir, but they haven't even started field testing it yet. It's too risky.
You, of all people, should be cognizant of its power. I don't care if it's unstable. Make them hurry.
But sir...
That is all.
Commander, wait! Commander Margulis!
Ah. There's a name. Commander Margulis.
Like I told you before, I can't go anywhere until my project stays.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to pause here and write. So Commander Margulis tells Cherenkov some enemy threat is 5 hours away from the fleet, and that reinforcements have been dispatched. He is instructed to utilize Cosmos he is very worried. Okay, continuing on.
Don't you remember?
You know how long you've been saying that? I haven't seen you for 2 years now. You could at least come home for our parents' memorial. Where's your sense of filial duty?
Oh. Her brother, probably.
Memorial? Oh, come on. Why are you trying to resurrect obscure ancient rituals? Wait a minute. You've been reading those weird old books again, haven't you? I swear you're so obsessed with those precious books of yours.
That is none of your business, thank you very much. How many times must I tell you not to quibble about my way of life?
What do you mean, way of life? All that stuff's just a stupid old hobby for you. Just remember, don't expect me to take you in when you're old, senile, and all alone.
That's terribly rude of you, Shion. Don't worry about me. Just promise me you'll come home this year, okay? If you don't...
All right, when I get some time off. Look, gotta run. See ya.
Hey, wait! I'm not going to let you dodge the question again. Hello? Hello?
Honestly, I wish he'd consider my feelings for a change.
Okay, so 2 important scenes there. A couple more things to write down. They seem to have a typical sibling rapport. Quibbling, etc. Yo, what's up, Pops? How you doing? You love coming in and immediately expecting me to be writing for this game, and right now we're 2-0. Oh, you mean every time you've come in, I'm writing? That is pretty impressive, actually. Okay. I feel bad about doing this, but I think I'll rest a bit. I can't yet. I'm worried about everyone. Let's save. I don't think there's actually anything more that I can do. I think it's just giving me the opportunity to go, like, get more NPC dialogue and, like, these emails and whatnot. But we're splitting our save, so... Oh, and this is one of the things that I forgot to do. I need to be writing down my saves. I haven't been doing that, so we're just going to start now. So save slot 9. After scenes... before sleeping. I gotta get back in the habit of doing this. That way, if we do decide to come back to this save for some reason, it's very easy for me to figure out which one it is, because just looking at it in the game, it's not going to be easy to tell. Alright, let's take a cat nap here. Oh, she has a necklace.
Good night.
Just like every RPG character. So another vision in the graveyard. Ooh, but another person is there. Oh, and now she's in our room. Okay.
What the? You're all still here?
Hey, how's it going? We're trying to pinpoint today's problem, among other things. What about you?
Commander Cherenkov gave me a piece of his mind earlier.
Ouch. Glad to see you survived. That guy's relentless.
You act like a bunch of college kids, and what, is Vector run by a Girl Scout?
He just went on and on.
Man, that's just not right.
Seriously. But it isn't right to have the chief taking all the heat.
That slouch.
I wonder why he seemed so nervous.
So yeah, Cherenkov is some kind of like double agent or something.
Now exiting the asteroid field.
That's excellent. Prepare to gate jump.
Aye, aye, Captain. All ships entering approach. 19 minutes, 30 seconds to column area. UMN, pulse received.
Current coordinates locked. Transfer vector correction to 103. Target Athens column. Captain, a warning signal.
It can't be. Is it them?
No, sir. The detection system is silent. How's it look on your side?
Nothing over here either. Are you sure it's not an error?
No, it's not. What is this?
What's going on?
Sir, I don't think an external source is causing this warning signal.
Then what's causing it?
I'll run a search. I've pinpointed the anomaly.
Is it Cosmos?
It's inside the ship, Sector 3.
This is very Xenogears. Huge callback.
It's Cosmos.
That's impossible! Hey, what the hell's going on?
I don't know. It all happened so quickly. We're checking it out right now.
Cosmos warning status, level 1. The bindings are off. Damn it! It's booting up on its own.
The countdown has started as well.
Oh, okay.
What the hell? Why all of a sudden?
Of course, just when we try to take a nap. Oh, I didn't even realize she didn't have her glasses on.
Countdown? How can that be?
The hanger. Such an unimportant detail. I love that they included that. She's hopping on Zoom real quick.
Currently, we are at emergency level 3. This circuit is reserved for Class A and B users only. Class C users, please try your call again later. Once again, currently we are at emergency level 3.
Come on!
This circuit
Why
is
now of
reserved
all
for
times?
Class A and B users
Someone
only.
activate
Class C
Cosmos?
users,
How is she not a high-class user?
Wait, that's impossible. Cosmos isn't supposed to wake up unless I enter the activation code from this terminal. That's the failsafe we integrated. This can't be happening. Not again. It's really happening. It's exactly the same as the last time.
Okay. So this must be what happened at the accident. Oh, and we're getting another flashback. Gobi, you need to go lay down. You're being crazy right now.
Oh no, what is it now?
What is it now?
Detecting a large-scale spatial distortion ahead of us. An enormous mass is gating out.
Impossible. We're still outside the column area. That's...
The UMN geodesic structure is being breached.
Geodesic.
The target! It appears to be interacting with the UMN somehow!
It's being hacked. That's possible?
Massive gravity fluctuations! Surface anomalies forming in space-time!
Impossible! That defies all laws of physics!
Hidden mouse, the numbers are completely inconsistent. I can't get a clear reading. Whatever it is, it's huge!
The amplitude! The hell? It's like a tidal wave!
The readings are increasing. It's entering outer space.
Captain!
Straight ahead! There it is!
Gnosis.
Yeah, he just said gnosis, not gnosis.
Going into battle without an eggs unit. What brave little soldiers they are. Brings tears to my eyes. Well, let's see how they do as shields.
I think that's Virgil. What in the world is going on? Okay, we're back in control. This is perfect. I need to take a pause right here. We gotta run another ad to get back on the hour, and I gotta go get the little guy his lunch. I'll be back in 3 minutes. The Cinderella story. Link, he's on a run here, folks. Even home field advantage, he managed to beat Fox. Interesting. I mean, Fox has already clinched the matchup, but, you know, the overall score still matters very much. So that brings it to 6-3 after 9 rounds. One more for Link. Clawing his way back. Still 2 more ad breaks to go with this matchup. If you want to pick which characters fight next, you've got a couple more ad breaks to do that. 1,000 channel points would allow you to choose which character fights next. You can pick anybody you want. And if somebody gets in ahead of you, you can pick the character that they will fight against. And I can help guide you with what the eligible matchups are. Since we're starting to run out, we're going to be entering the latter third of the 66 possible matchups. All right. But we can come back to the game now. There we go. Loink! Incredible name. How's it going, Gad? Welcome in. How are you? And this is your hourly reminder to go and vote for the new Tuesday game if you have not done so yet. We're going to close that poll today. You've only got a few more hours to get your votes in for the new Tuesday game, so make sure you've done so if you would like to do so. Our theme for the poll this week is games with peripheral gimmicks, and I'm pretty excited about it. We've got a GBA game with a solar sensor in the cartridge where we'll have to shine a UV flashlight at it to be able to play the game on a console inside. We've got a Wii light gun game where we would use the Wii Zapper. And we've got a Switch game that has like a Toys to Life Skylanders type mechanic where we would put the Joy-Con in a spaceship and fly it around with gyro controls, and there's little attachments that you put on the physical toy that would change the weapons and stuff. All of these games are games that I've wanted to play at some point or another, so I don't care who wins. I'll have fun either way. But that's the theme this time around. There's trailers linked for the games if you're not familiar with them. You can go check them out and get more familiar with them if you want. But it's going to be cool. It's going to be exciting. Either way. They're also all games that have been on polls before that have never won. Which I guess, you know, I wouldn't put it on the poll again if it won, but we have quite a few games that have been on polls many, many, many times and have never won. So they're kind of like underdog misfit games as well. Great. Now let's get back to the game. Yeah, that's a deep cut, old school soundbite, Gad. You voted for the game with the least votes because you always root for the underdog. Interesting. Unless it's Xenosaga, right? Then you vote for Xenosaga. All right. Speaking of which, let's get back to it. So we've been attacked by the Gnosis. A lot has happened in these last couple of scenes that ran up together here. I took a lot of notes during them. Which is great. I love that I can just write while stuff is happening and I don't have to interrupt the action. Let me just fill in a couple of things here. So apparently we slept for about 5 hours. That's quite the catnap. Welcome in, Ghosty. How's it going? Also, if you prefer to go by Foe, let me know. I have another streamer friend that goes by Foe, so I've defaulted to calling you Ghosty. But if you have a preference, let me know. And that goes for everybody. But yeah, these Gnosis attack the ship, and nothing seems to be working, so let me just duck into my room here and drop another save. Now we've got some music jamming. You're chilling with either. Ghosty works well. Okay, cool. Appreciate that. So we'll call this SS10. Post Gnosis attack. So obviously the ship is going to be in a different state, and if there was something that we missed when the ship was in the previous state, we'd probably have to go back to the previous save. But for now, we press on. I feel like we got everything. So, none of the regular weapons were working against them. Looks like the partition won't open. I better find another route. So we got to go right through these guys. Am I going to be able to attack them? I don't think I'm going to get past them without fighting, so... 0 damage. We won't be able to defeat the Gnosis unless we draw them into the void. There's no point in trying to fight them like this. I have to find Cosmos and Alan. Okay. So... what's happening? Oh, okay. It's kind of like a scripted loss, I guess. Now we get to press the button that they told us not to press. So guns don't work against them, but fire does? Is it because it's burning that special, like, nanomachine fuel? Doesn't really make sense that that would work, but we'll take it. Could it be the entire ship has been taken over by Gnosis? Oh god. I wonder if Alan and the others are okay. It's impossible for them to try and defeat the Gnosis without Cosmos. Anyway, it's over if I get caught. I have to get Cosmos somehow without coming in contact with the enemy. That guy is just macerating a body. That is horrific. Partition switch. It's better than nothing, I suppose. Anyway, I have to get away from here quickly before the Gnosis notice me. I mean, would that really stop him? Can't they just phase through anything? Oh, this door was closed before. I gotta check this out. There's nothing in here? That's weird. This guy's just standing here. Damn, with so many Gnosis crawling around all over the place, we can't go anywhere. Even if we go on ahead, who knows how many of them will be waiting for us? You know, don't you? Even the slightest amount of contact with the Gnosis means certain death. Okay. Phasing through a closed door would be rude, and Gnosis clearly care about manners. Yeah, something tells me I don't think so. Oh no, they messed up the plant. I have to get past here in order to find everybody, but the Gnosis looks too powerful for me to take on. So this is going to be where our training comes in. What is wrong with his crotch thing? That is so wild and ridiculous. Why does he have that? Haha! Oh, that didn't work. So am I just going to die here? Or is she just going to say, we got to run? There's no running from battles, so... Rack 9s. Alright. That is a crazy appendage. Wow, you really have to get that right, don't you? Okay. The stakes have been set. Good thing we saved and we don't have to watch all those cutscenes again. I mean, how could you not notice that? Like, that is an absurd design. Absurdly hilarious. Okay, so this one we get to engage with as a freebie.
Do you really think this is a good idea?
Into our world, not into the void. So they're like in a different plane of existence, apparently. So they're kind of like, I have to equate it to things I know. So it's almost like Mass Effect, like, well, I guess that's kind of a spoiler, so I won't say anything, but... Can I skip this? I can skip. He is spreading that dude on the floor like jam on toast. Having to contend with the like fixed camera angles too is like kind of maddening. Okay, let's try this again. So if I try to lead it down here, it like becomes disinterested. but it seems like it would be easier to get it stuck on this thing. But it seems like no matter how close I let it get, it still just turns around. So it seems like it has to be over here. You're gonna watch the hologram? That's so funny. Oh, I love the Seraphim girls! Or whatever they're called. Seraphim sisters. Hey there. My girlfriend went out there unarmed. Meanwhile, all I can do is cower right here. I'm so pathetic. How do I get that chest? I want that chest. Why would you tease me like that? Video game? Jurassic World stole the hologram distraction bit. Man, everybody's talking about that new Jurassic World movie. I heard it was just awful. Well, I've heard a couple different things, actually. I've heard some people say that it's just horrendous and awful. I've heard other people say that there's like... that it's like actually pretty decent, but then there's like there was apparently like one particular thing that just ruined the entirety of it. I probably won't see it either way. I never thought that these kinds of monsters really existed. They really do exist, and there are so many of them. I should have listened to what he said. Is this the girlfriend right here? Yeah, she really should have stayed in there. How am I supposed to get this? How can he not come in here? I guess I was supposed to do that. But like, how am I supposed to get over there if there's no door? You're a huge Jurassic fan. You didn't love or hate the new film. You were just there for the dinos, and they were much better than others. That's a fair assessment, I figure.
Can't we stop it? It's no use. It's not responding. Cosmos is starting up in auto mode.
Huh? Wait a sec. We disabled that mode after the incident. Only the Chief's terminal can enable it. Damn it. Why now? Unless it's reacting to Gnosis. Where's the Chief?
She should be heading this way, but the regular UMP channels are congested and I can't reach her.
And the emergency line?
I'm trying it now.
That's amazing.
Oh, great. What happened?
I don't know. The power just suddenly... Huh?
Huh?
What?
So this is very Terminator. Ah, that guy. Okay, and we're back to back to Shion. Cool. I just finished writing as the scene ended. How about that? So I'm assuming I can go this way now? So the ship's not completely locked down. What's up, Chris? How are you? Oh yeah, those little things. I can't believe they've infiltrated this far. I wonder if everyone is okay. Ooh, day off, nice. I don't know what these are, but they looked very significant when we saw them the first time. So I guess I'm going to need to use the airlock to suck this guy out. We have to listen to this whole announcement. I like how the Gnosis patiently waits for the end of the announcement as well. Okay, that seemed to work. Oh, we can't go that way. I still feel like I should have my gun thing right now, and I don't know why I don't. Alright, the little guy has finished up his meal, so I'm going to go have to put him back in his spot and also feed the puppies. So I'll be back in a few minutes. All right, I have returned, and we can enter the back half of the stream with less interruptions. Thanks for waiting. Okay, so we're making our way back to Research Division. Oh, that's a big green box. Oh, now we can get to this chest. But how would we get this without triggering these Gnosis? Oh, I see. I have to get them to feed on these little electrical thingies. But I see I still can't get in here. I've got to be able to break this box. This doesn't seem right. Why don't I have my box destroyer? I feel like this is making me miss out on stuff. Hold on a second. Because we got the MWS. But this is very clearly like a special state that the ship is in. I don't think there, you know, this isn't like a, oh, you gotta come back later to get this. Like, this is very clearly intended to be obtained right now and no other time. Hold on a second. Do I have to equip it? Maybe? It says I have it equipped. Because this was empty before. I can't unequip it. It's not related to these tech points that I'm cooking and not using. What am I missing here? Oh, was this here before? No, it's not. A mysterious golden object in the focal point of the story throughout the entire Xenosaga series. The word originates from Zohar, Book of Splendor, a central literary work of the Kabbalah. Yeah, I had the same kind of moment, Chris. Yeah, I feel like this song extends beyond the reach of this game. This song is in like lots of like playlists and stuff. It was very familiar to me the first time I heard it in the game. Well, I don't think there's a... Is this new? It might be. Oh yeah, there is an entry for MWS. But that doesn't tell me anything about how to use it. I don't know, I'm so conflicted. Like, part of me thinks that the game will make it very obvious to me once I'm able to use this, and it's just not for me yet. Like, that felt fine up until this exact moment. But, like, if I'm not meant to get this chest now, when would I be expected to get it? This makes no sense. This is, like, perfectly telegraphed. Like, get them to run into these little yellow things, destroy the box, get in there and grab the chest and walk out. So why can I not do that? Let me talk to this guy who gave it to me again, and maybe he can, like, make it work or something. Well, of course, he's not here now. Hey, what the heck are they? With one blow, they wrecked a container that the vaporizer plug-in couldn't even destroy. But you know, I just saw them caught in the electromagnetic net. So this guy's giving me a hint. Just leave me alone. There isn't a single comrade left to fight with me now. So this guy's giving me a hint about how to obtain that chest. You're still wandering around here? So shop guy is not a shop anymore, but he's still here, standing strong. Are you alive? He's dead. Oh, what a classic RPG trope. He's dead. Shane is flexing on this random NPC and getting triggered by automod for saying crybaby.
Tell Fred he sucks, man.
So you get them interested in this. I definitely can't squeeze by this. Like, that's not it. What am I missing here? It's like I either needed a specific interaction to, like, fully enable the functionality, or I don't know. This is really strange. Also, thank you for Shaggy. God. This is kind of eating away at me. Hold on, let me look in the manual really quick. I did read the manual this morning, except for the character section. It's very convenient that they left the character section at the very end. I didn't want to see the characters before I met them, but I looked at everything else. It might be on this page. Yeah, it just says that there are some objects that can be destroyed, and if you approach one, it'll be highlighted and you can press square to destroy it. It just says you can destroy these fixed objects once you have obtained the vaporizer plugin. So, I guess maybe I'm just misunderstanding, and we don't have the vaporizer plugin, we just have the MWS. But if I don't have it right now, it feels like I should have it right now. Because I don't think we'll get this opportunity again. Let me go back to these emails with Miyuki. So this is her giving us the MWS. Or this is her telling us that she's making it, and then we replied to that. But, yeah. So we say yes, and then she gives us this one, which doesn't, we really don't know what this does. We weren't able to reply to that one. Let me look at this really quick, actually. Yep, I read about this in the manual. Okay. When the game seems difficult. Was this the one that mentioned the vaporizer? This is the MWS. Okay, well, I don't know what I could have possibly done differently to have that thing right now. So I'm just going to keep pressing on. We've got lots of save files we can go back to. Oh, hold on. Chris, thank you for Goron City. Oh, you're the one we played tag with. Listen, there's a connection gear plug-in in the eggs hangar. You can fire small amounts of destructive agents with using the connection gear's transmission function. If we can destroy the car blocking our way, we can escape. Can you get it for me? Hurry, I'll hold them off. What are you doing? Are you, like, playing a Game Boy? You on your phone? Okay, so maybe we can get it right now. I'm on the road to the Goron City. I've got a sword and the power to slay. That's pretty good. So where is it? This is the eggs hangar. Is this just like a walk around and mash the circle button kind of moment? There's definitely not like a chest in here or anything that's like super obvious. So what's Pikachu's jukebox, Shane? I've never heard of that before. Oh, we have to talk to him after talking to that guy, and now he gives it to us. It's crawling with Gnosis up ahead, too. Do you need any emergency provisions? Oh, now the shop is open again. That's funny. I'm a smart gamer, and I prepared before. Thank you. Don't mind me. Hurry up and get out of here. Okay, I think we have the gun now. My paranoia has been assuaged. Alright, so this. And this. I still can't do it. What is happening? It played after a few episodes of OG Pokemon. You just sung the tune to Viridian City, but instead of saying, I'm on my way to Viridian City... Wait. Oh, you're saying what I just did. You're saying that the song Viridian City played after a few episodes of OG Pokemon? I've just never heard the term Pikachu's Jukebox, and that made me think that it was like an official thing. Like maybe Pikachu's Jukebox was the name of the To Be a Master album in other regions or something. It still doesn't show up here in the plugin list. Did that guy not give it to me? What is happening right now? Why can't I just let me shoot boxes? Viridian City is one of the most unbelievable bangers of all time. He definitely gave me the thing. So, what's going on here? This guy's pose is something else. He looks like me in the Switch 2 line. This is me hour 4 of the Switch 2 line. Right here. You liked What Kind of Pokemon Are You because they used grass in place of a swear, and Child Me loved that? Yeah, Child Us loved that as well. It was also poignant because poison is good against grass. So, like, it wasn't just like a throwaway line. That is a really good song. To Be a Master is a really good album, like, non-ironically. Wait, okay, so I can blow this up. Hold on. So why can't I blow up this other box? So we do have the thing now. Why can't I blow up this box? What is happening? There's no way I'm not supposed to blow up this box. What is happening? This is driving me crazy. Okay. Let me try going to another area with stuff I can destroy. I want to go back this way because there was another chest. And see if maybe I can do something back here. I'd also like to drop another save. Okay, but now there's a Gnosis there, so that doesn't seem good. But I guess if I can save right here, I can try to just YOLO it. Maybe this is one of those menu things? I mean, I don't know. It, like, everything indicates that we should just be able to use it on the field automatically, and that it'll just track to... oops, I shouldn't have saved that in the same slot. Whoops. But no going back now. Post... vaporizer... obtain. Yo, what's up, Poop? How are you? What's going on? What if you just didn't get alerted to me? Decoder 18. Oh, okay. So this is going to be the item that corresponds with door number 18. So are you just going to do Rachnine's damage to me again and I die and game over? Yeah. Okay. Working and lurking. Love to hear it. Cheers to that. Thank you for lurking. Lurkers are so important. I would say we see you, but we don't see you, and that's kind of the whole point. But like, in a spiritual sense, we see you. Alright, so somehow I have to get this key without getting seen. I have no idea how we're gonna do it. Our love is felt, I hope. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, he got me while I was opening the door. I guess I can use an escape pack. Oh, no, I can't. Dang it. What if I guard? Yeah. You aren't supposed to see a good lurker? That's how lurkers get arrested. Wait, what? No. Lurkers... No, we don't arrest lurkers. Seen or unseen, we don't arrest lurkers. Do not spread such a nasty rumor. The UI sounds remind me of, Skies of Arcadia. A little bit. Hello? Oh god. Is there a way I can, like, lure it over here? Because this is door number 18 right here, right? Oh, it's 16. But I'm pretty sure we found door 18. Are you just going to be still right here? No. I wish this door would stay open. Standing on the save point. Yes! Alright, we got it. What did I hear? I don't know. What did you hear, Draconix? Welcome in. How's it going? You think they were playing on the word lurker? Like good worker, good workers? Is that what you're... Like oppressive... Like, state kind of joke? Is that what you mean? Maybe that's what Shane was going for. Thank you for gifting a sub to Gold Saucer Poop. Would you like a spin for your gifted? Very appreciated. Oh, something about lurking getting arrested. No, Shane was just spreading a nasty rumor. Oh, lurking in a creepy stalker way. Well, those two words don't need to be connected together. Yes, please, but when it's a good time, no rush. All right, thank you for that. Yeah, we will do a spin for you shortly. It's just about time to run another ad, so we'll do the spin before that, in case there's something I need to set up during the break. So we'll spin in just a few minutes here. Oh, I wanted to come and look at... is it under items? Vaporizer plugin. There it is. But it doesn't show up in my plugin list. Very confusing. Oh, here we go. Segment file. So yes, now we see that we also have the key in addition to knowing where the door. So this is right across from Shion's room. So we need to head back that way. We'll have the key to open the door, and then I'm assuming we're going to get an item. It's going to show the item there, and then there we'll get a little star. I adore this screen right here. With how clear it is on your level of progress. Oh, this regenerated. Interesting. It's driving me crazy that I cannot get this chest over here. I do not understand. I do not understand why I cannot destroy this box right here. It's like... Oh, what? Okay. I have no idea why that happened, but it happened. I got 200G. I'm getting the chest. 2 Veil. No idea what that is. But my brain can rest easy now. Sort of. Because I don't know how that happened. Maybe I just had to get the Gnosis to come up to it, and the Gnosis destroyed the box. Oh, this doesn't look good at all. Okay, this is the same problem that we had when we learned to play tag with the soldier guys. So I'm assuming they're putting my training to the test here. Except these guys are going to catch me. Because Shion is really slow. Oh, they gave up. Okay. That works. Sergeant! Oh, Sergeant Swain! Yo, well, if it isn't the lady from Vector, I really liked this line of work, but looks like it's over for me. Oh yeah, take this key. The red door across from me. There's a storage room only I know about. Inside you'll find something I've squirreled away. I don't think I'm gonna need it where I'm going, so I want you to take it. Sergeant, hang in there, Sergeant Swain. I like being a soldier, even though our job is to die. Dang. Okay, he gave us key number 7. And that is this door. Okay, I know he said that, but I was just like, is it really? Segment address number 7. Decoding complete. So these are like little treasure rooms. I really like this, actually. Oh, and the urgent music stops for a minute. Robot part right arm. What in the world could this be? Sure, we'll find out later. Yeah, thank goodness we played tag with the soldiers. Oh, I can destroy this. That's kind of fun. A biosphere. Whenever I hear biosphere, I just think of a failed project that I did in, like, 10th grade biology. And not just, like... Not, like, failed in, like, a spiritual sense, but, like, just in the most utter and complete sense of a failure. Well, looks like we can't go that way. That doesn't look good. We had to build... You had to build, like, a closed system that would survive. Under these, like, certain parameters. And then every day, you had to come, like, take pH tests and a couple other things and, like, record the results. And the idea was that...
Walking around like it owns the place.
At the end of the cycle, you know, you would have similar results to when you started. Or better. They're so Gundam-y. His model especially. Excuse me?
Damn it! You! What the hell are you doing here?
Jesus Christ. They weren't able to tell what it was. They just were like, it's alive, it must be a Gnosis. How are we not Swiss cheese?
Those bullets could have killed me.
What are we doing? What the hell do you think you're doing running around like an idiot? We thought you were a Gnosis.
Look, I've got my own problems to deal with. Here I am getting attacked by the Gnosis. I'm getting lost at every turn and don't give me a hard time right now.
What the hell? Lost? You're the idiots who built this ship.
I'm not with the fleet design department. I wouldn't know a thing about ships.
We're on DEFCON 1 alert. What the hell is a civilian like you wandering around the ship for?
Well, I've got an emergency. I'm worried about Cosmos.
What the hell is Cosmos?
What? How does he not know?
Deal with it later. Just get to a shelter and stay put.
Believe me, if I could, I would.
Then why don't you?
I just told you, Cosmos is...
Ah, shut up! Hey! They're coming! Get back! Lieutenant! What? You think I'm deaf or something? You... What the... Hey, you! Get away from the wall!
Oh no.
Are you okay?
Yeah, thanks.
That's good. Shion, you need to get out of here. Just go down this corridor past Section E to the hangar. You know about the escape pods there, don't you? Well, that's where they are. Please use one and abandon ship immediately.
And you and the others?
We'll hold them off here. You've got to hurry.
I can't do that. I can't just run off by myself. We'll have to leave together.
It has a gun.
Remember what we were made for. Please. It's all right. This is what we were born to do.
But you...
What do you think you're doing? Get back here and engage the enemy!
Take care.
Okay, are we gonna regain control here? Sounds like it. Okay. I need to catch up on a few notes, and then we're gonna do a wheel spin, and then we're gonna run an ad. So, okay, it's important to note that Virgil does not know who or what Cosmos is. Maybe he knows like about the weapon that the research department is working on and he just doesn't know the name of it, or maybe he's just that like grunt ranked to where he doesn't know. I don't know. And then okay, the next thing that I want to write is, oh, I put the wrong marker away. The Realian tells us to make for the escape pods, but Shion wants to check on her crew and Cosmos. It was a little confusing because he said that's where they are, like making it sound like the research team had already made their way to the escape pods, but then she was like, I can't do that, I can't leave my friends behind. So a little confused. And then yeah, her being shot at and not getting hit by anything is not a coincidence. That was kind of glossed over in the moment, but there must have been some type of like intervention there that was unseen, and I have a feeling that will come back later on. I've noted that. Okay, we're gonna do a wheel spin for Poop. Poop, thank you again for that gift sub. Smashington, hello, welcome in. And then we're gonna go run an ad real quick. Let me switch to the roaming mic. I'm gonna remember to turn it on today, because I didn't do that yesterday and I embarrassed myself. Let's turn the music on, and then let's go over here. Actually, we need to go over here. All right, we're gonna let her rip one time for Stoop to Poop. Thank you again for the support. I really appreciate it. We're getting dangerously close to that sub-goal point-and-click stream. Coming soon to a Sunday near you. This is our first spin of the day, so pink and orange are locked. Everything's wide open. Other than that. Wow, same as yesterday's first spin. Or was that Tuesday? I don't recall. 10 push-ups from me. We'll just bang them out right now before we run this ad. I'm gonna have to get this insert off the screen or you won't be able to see me. Gobi, get your chips out of here. All right, 10 quick ones.
It was chess day yesterday. Why you gotta do this to me? I'm sore. All right, so we're gonna run an ad. I'm gonna go put little guy in nap mode, and we'll be back with more Xenosaga in about 3 minutes. Oh yeah, Pops, the music room is very nice. I wish I had an easy way to show everybody. Hopefully returning to stream at some point. I've been talking about it for like 2.5 years. First it was I didn't have the tech that I needed to do the music streams that I wanted to do. And now I pretty much have the tech that I want, but having the little guy makes things a little bit complicated. It's easy enough for me to monitor him while I'm streaming a video game, but I wouldn't very realistically be able to diligently monitor him while like playing music and doing all kinds of like production workflow stuff. So I need him to get to a point where he's a little safer on his own, and that could be a little while. Or the lady is working from home, which is something that she's going after as well, because she's currently not able to do that, unfortunately. Anyways, let's run this ad. I'll be back in about 3 minutes.
This game's
Sorry for double music, folks. Sorry about that. But look at this. Link is on a run. What is going on? That's 3 in a row for the boy in green. Bringing our score to 4-6 after 10 rounds. 1 more to go with this matchup. And then we're going to switch to 2 new characters for the next 11 ad breaks. That's still wide open, by the way, if you'd like to select who's fighting. 1,000 channel points to do so. You've got 1 more ad break to get those selections in before I will randomly generate a matchup. You can pick anybody you want for the red corner. No one's done all their matchups yet. And then if you get sniped, you can pick the opponent, and I can help you pick an eligible matchup that hasn't been done yet. I'll let you know who the options are. Okay. Looks like we're all set here.
This is... You don't understand.
Is that Link like too little too late? When Fox has already won the matchup, but he's on a run in round 10. Okay. Let me get this last bit of scores updated. There we go. Right there. That's what I'm looking for. All right. Back to the game. Oh yeah, and if I ever forget to take this notebook off the screen, you can do it with exclamation point notes in the chat. I actually need to fix this angle though. It's off from what I want. That's better. Okay. Now then. Can you do a notes command? Yes? Oh, what do you have? He's dead. There is a key to the crewman's quarters. Would you like to take it? Oh, yes, absolutely. The door is now unlocked. He's dead, but, you know, luckily he left behind his key, and now we get to take his stuff. The SMP-53AG. Yes, it works. It does. I want to actually set it up. I want to set it up so that if the source is disabled, like right now, it will show it for 5 seconds and then take it away. And then have the opposite or have a different behavior if it's already on. I just have to go in and teach it to do that. I think it's capable of doing that. I just have to go in and program it. But obviously there's not really a reason for somebody to just put the notes on the screen. I guess it would be nice if like I was writing and I had forgotten to turn it on and someone can turn it on for me, but that's just so much less likely than the other 2 scenarios. I don't know. I can't decide. Is there a save point in here? Yes. Okay, we desperately need this because we've gone through a bunch of stuff that we don't want to redo. All right, and this will be slot 12. I got to remember to keep cascading. Post crewmate key looting. Yeah, and yeah, I'd want to have a cooldown on it as well, which I think we ran into yesterday when y'all were playing around with it a little bit. So there is a Gnosis ship, it looks like, as well.
Delta sector has gone silent. Fire control net functionality down to 20%.
Fire control, what's going on down there? Take out the mothership. We can't. We're too close to fire the cannon.
Too close. Oh no, it's the Kingdom Hearts low HP sound again.
AX losses have exceeded 70%.
Okay, so they seem to have like a reflect ability.
Our reinforcements? I'm trying. This is the cruiser Woglinde with the 117th.
Woglinde.
We're engaged with the Gnosis. Coordinates KX417, Y009, Z735. Requesting immediate reinforcements. Repeat, this is the crew.
Captain, it must be.
No question about it. They're after that thing.
Logic drive down. Fire in section F.
Damn! Where's our first officer? What happened to Cherenkov?
He's probably in an escape pod. Yep, or he's headed for one.
LPS overload. I can't locate him.
Defensive perimeter breached! They're headed straight for the ship! Captain!
That's not good.
What's the status?
We've connected the main field generator and this block's sub-reactor. It'll only hold for 3 minutes, but we can move this ship under power.
Bypass connection to the logic drive secured. You can take control from this terminal.
That's fine. Good work.
Commander, I object. Purging this entire block and executing a gate jump is suicide. You know as well as I do what happens when a human body enters hyperspace unprotected.
All that matters is that we get this to the commander. We'll be at the next column area in a matter of minutes. There's no time. Get in the pod and evacuate with the others.
But Commander, the Gnosis are swarming all over the place. We won't stand a chance even if we do evacuate. We should accompany you.
Listen. The Gnosis are insignificant. They are nothing compared to what'll happen if it awakes. As soon as you launch the escape pod, inject yourself with 8 milligrams of dig beta. You'll fall into a
Okay, hold on. We're pausing right there. Apparently, there is a larger plan. Purple, X-faced, abusive guy, we still don't know his name, objects and expresses doubts about jumping to hyperspace. Cherenkov says the Gnosis are insignificant. And tells the hangar crew to inject themselves with, I believe it was DIG beta, but he said dig instead of dig. Alex Vramby, welcome in. How's it going? Taking some notes here. To survive the jump. Or wait, no. To survive the jump and or avoid Gnosis detection. It seems top priority is getting the Zohar. Oh my god. Threw my marker. Getting the Zohar to the commander and we can assume that means was it Margolis or Margulis? I'm gonna go back a few pages. Margulis. The guy that called Cherenkov in his private quarters or whatever. But he didn't say his name. Okay, continuing the scene. Oh, sorry.
Near-death state, but that'll keep them from noticing you. Reinforcements from Central Command will arrive in a few hours. You must survive until then, or my death will be for nothing.
Commander!
Go now.
Okay.
Damn it! Our weapons are useless! They're not like those other bastards! An FAE! No!
FAE. What was that? Her communicator? Looks like an inhaler.
Hornst! Lester! What do I do? I gotta stop them. There's gotta be a way. But how? Hey, you.
What are you doing? Give that back!
Wait, he took the communicator?
Quit your whining. I'll give it right back. Hey, they're based on the 508 series, right?
So what if they are?
It's been almost 14 years now, since I returned from Milsha, that is. Out in the fields, I took apart so many of them to get what I was looking for. It was a lot of work, you know. What with that dual-stage protection they got and all.
Dual stage?
He knows how to get back past that two-factor authentication.
But of course, they were quite delicious.
How could you?
That's when I found out about the control code.
Okay, so we finally learned. He ate the Realians because they're delicious.
That's right. I'm going to have these marionettes hold off the Gnosis for us.
But apparently they're stinky.
Just like this.
Stop it! What do you think they are? This is a clear violation
Of their rights? That's for peacetime, lady. You think I don't know the Miltian Charter? Miltian Charter, Article 4, Paragraph 13. Weapons-grade Realians are required to be equipped with a remotely accessible behavioral limit and self-destruct system in case of emergency or malfunction. Use of these functions will be determined by the senior officer in charge of the situation. Am I right? Well, that time is now, and I am the conductor. I intend to make full use of my orchestra.
Wow.
Stop it! You have no right to play God with their lives! Using them as bombs! I won't let you do this!
So what are you gonna do about it? Tell me, why haven't you disabled that function?
Because you took her computer.
But you of all people shouldn't have any trouble removing it. Since you care about them so much, all it would take is a little tweak, and they'd be free as birds. And yet you don't. Why not?
Because company protocol
Exactly. It's protocol. In other words, you're just like me, bound by that protocol. We're the ones that give them a reason to live. Am I wrong?
But
That's the difference between us and them. Am I wrong?
You're not wrong, Walter.
So why not give it to them? A meaning to their pitiful existence.
Oh no, it's the Gnosis with the PP.
Out of the way! Move!
Yeah, leave him here. Let's just we have some exploring to do. Donnie, please. You're out of your element. The way he slithered out of there. Oh, we're in the lab now. How did we get here? Why's it got to be this one cornering us?
Enough when you'll realize what's going on. You just you wait. Keep doing
Tomorrow
it.
she's finally going to wake up. I'm looking forward to
Morning,
seeing her come to
Cosmos.
life,
How do you feel?
There's no point in having a weapon that can't even get out of
It's
bed.
all right. This is what we
So
were
why
born to
not
do.
give it to them?
Take care.
A meaning to their...
Do you feel sad or anything? What's this girl
It's our girl.
doing here? Seen her before? Not safe there. Run. Run away. It's no use. My voice. Oh, well, I'm going to die.
Hell yeah, brother. The T-1000's here. Oh, I thought she kicked it and nothing happened.
Cosmos helped everyone escape. They're all on the training ship. Now we need to get you out of here.
Cosmos?
Wait, we have to stop by door number 18 first, Alan. Ah. That's what the Hilbert effect is.
What the hell? What is that?
Cosmos!
Amazing. Her blank stare, though.
Xion,
Yes?
we will now proceed to Hangar 1. There is a 99.998% probability that the Gnosis target is the object stored in that hangar. My assigned duties are to verify and preserve the integrity of that object, and to protect the Vector staff members.
But I...
Life pods are located on the second level of the hangar. Please use one to escape.
Cosmos...
Chief!
Oh. That doesn't look good. Are we gonna battle this thing? So that's like a Gnosis fused with an eggs. Oh, and Virgil is just in my party. Okay. So true, Shane. I don't know what reaction... Oh, I see. We don't want to use Ether against him. That was a lot of damage. This guy doesn't have combos. Oh, I have some kind of status effect now. 1? My physical defense is down. So why did I do 1 damage? Oh, that's what item we got. Actually, yeah, let's do W item. Since he doesn't have combo attacks. Cosmos is our damage dealer here. Are you dead yet? Oh, okay, now you're dead.
My external appearance is down 5%. Xion, I need to be clean.
Ah! That was silly. Ooh, we got an item. Anything that has some, like, all caps alphanumerical name, I just assume is like an eggs part. Oh, so we probably won't be able to come back this way. Really, Chief? I feel like I'm going to have a heart attack just watching you. Here you go. It's the prototype eggs VX-10000 transport capsule that HQ sent over. At least it's better than nothing. You know how to use it, right? Of course. Of course, I just got a little confused with all that's been going on. Please be more careful, okay? I don't know what I'll do if anything were to happen to you. What? Did you say something? Nothing. Let's go. Let's find an escape pod quickly and get out of here. Oh yeah, I didn't get a chance to finish what I was writing down before that battle started. So the Gnosis are after the Zohar, and Cosmos orders... Oh god, I didn't realize anything was going to happen. Alright, we're in a battle. We'll hold that thought yet again. Let's see. Probably should have healed myself, but we'll see what happens here. Whoo! Nice damage. Oh, okay, cool. We can one cycle these guys. What was that? An acknowledgement that you care about me? How dare you? Okay, I will pause this time. Cosmos orders us to find an escape pod. And then I just wanted to note that we fought against something that appeared to be a Gnosis fused with possibly Virgil's eggs. Okay. So I'm guessing we can't go this way. Yeah. Destroy everything. The ship's going down anyways, right? Let's get all the items. Everything's a treasure chest. Okay, so those are going to be enemies over there. Let me heal myself outside of battle really quick. That should be fine. Oh yeah, we need to open this, because this is how we get to the door that we want to get to. We wouldn't have had to take the long way around if only the partition was open. It's probably going to let some nasty critter through. Wait for it. There we go. Now we can fight Darth Maul. Okay, there's nobody in there. Yeah, door number 18, baby. It's gonna be in here. It's so eerie how the music stops. Coat lightning. Excuse me? The heck is that? It's a character accessory. Reduces L-type damage 20%, physical defense +2. Okay, so it's like an accessory? Just an accessory? I guess character accessory in that it's not for an eggs. So I could put it over this one. Because it does the same thing plus more. Still a little bit foggy on how that all works, but it might be a good idea to use some tech points as well, because we have a whole bunch. Apparently I can't do it for anyone except for Xion, but we have a lot of them. This was a problem that I had with Star Ocean 3, where the first time I played this game I had no idea that you like built up points that you could use to improve your stats. And I just didn't use them the whole game, and then I got, like, kind of soft-locked in this dungeon because I, like, ran out of healing items, and I was trapped between, like, enemy encounters and a place where I could, like, restock items. And so I just never got any further in the game. And having no idea that I could have just buffed out my stats massively because I had all these points that I had never used. So how does this work? Please specify points. The maximum for HP is 210. Wait, what does that mean? Okay, so it costs me a certain amount per upgrade. Looks like each upgrade is an increment of 10 HP. I see. Or the maximum for strength is 18. Like the maximum for like the whole game? That doesn't seem right. Maybe the maximum is based on your current level. Maybe all these maximums are based on the fact that I'm level 4. That's probably what it is. If I had to wager a guess. I don't know exactly what all these stats do as well. I'll have to go into the manual for this and see if it explains it a little bit. But for now, I'm going to give Self, nothing. I'm going to continue to hoard these points until I'm backed into a corner. Because I feel like inevitably the more time that goes by, the better idea I'm going to have about how I want to use them. What's up, Z-Bobs? How are you? Yeah, so far we haven't had any... Well, there was a very brief touch on the tech points system in the very first tutorial. But we weren't able to mess around with it right away. So I feel like it's very easy for it to be forgotten. Actually, yes, I do want to rest. And then we'll drop a save here. What is this, slot 13? Yeah. So we'll call this post door 18 loot and rest. That's the one thing you didn't like about Star Ocean 3 was that it was easy to get lost. End up going somewhere way earlier than you're supposed to be while thinking you're on the right track because of how the maps guide you naturally. Yeah, that's definitely something that I take issue with in a lot of games too. Is like, if you're giving me the option to like go off the beaten path, just make sure that you let me know that I'm going off the beaten path, you know? Like, I appreciate when RPGs allow me to like go where I'm not supposed to go and get into trouble if I want to, but just make it clear as day to the player that, hey, you shouldn't go this way yet, you know? And yeah, if they don't do a good job of doing that, you're like, oh, am I just under-leveled? Or like, am I just not good at this game? You know, why am I getting bodied so hard in this dungeon or whatever? That does way more damage. All right, we're gonna use that. Yeah, the enemies get stronger, but they're still beatable. So you're like, yeah, because obviously if you just got party wiped or something, you're like, oh, okay, this is for later. Yeah, yeah, but when it's kind of in between like that, you can really get into trouble in not a good way. I'll fight you. Yeah, I could understand that, Chris. I could understand that. Star Ocean 3 is a fantastic game that I would recommend to almost anybody, but it's certainly not a perfect game.
My external appearance is down 5%. Shion, I need to be cleaned.
Shion, I need to be cleaned. Oh, that's silly. I never used the forging system either, Shane. It was too overwhelming for me. So I guess maybe we can go this way to get back to the back parts of the ship, since we can't go through the Realian Infirmary anymore. So this is... Where is this? Oh, this goes up to the bridge. I'm assuming we won't be able to go up to the bridge because it seems like the bridge was destroyed. Map's broken. Oh, this loops back around to here. Okay. Gotcha. I'm trying to think if there's anything over here that I need to go back for. I don't think there is. I guess we would just come this way to do more, like, grinding. Which I'm not trying to do. But we can't run from battles, so... Star Ocean 2 OG, whenever you tried forging, all you ever got were basic swords. Yeah, I feel like a lot of those systems are really, really hard to make use of without a guide or some type of external knowledge, which really motivates me to not engage with them. You know, I feel like a lot of those systems in RPGs from that era were touted as, like, promoting experimentation and, like, encouraging you to just kind of, like, mess around. But I never really feel like that in application. And maybe that's just because I'm too picky. We are getting dominated by these things. These guys are nasty. Am I gonna get a chance to run here? Gotta get out of here. Jesus. But yeah, I've played Star Ocean 1, 2, and 3, and I never did any, like, crafting or anything. Because it was way too overwhelming and unknown for me. Oh, you revive automatically outside of battle. Okay, that's nice. Let's use some ether instead of items. And then we can restore some ether. Can we use this? Oh yeah, we have some. Transfer ether skills to other characters or evolve it. Oh wow, we have to make a choice here. So we could give somebody else healing abilities. I'm going to just evolve it. Acquire new ether skill, analyze, or goodbye. Analyze items and HP. What does that mean? Oh, and this is escape from battle. Okay, this is a tough choice. Can I only have one of these ever? Let me look. Let me see if the manual explains this. Because these both sound like very critical abilities. Let's see if it says. The new ether will now be available for the character to use, and the old ether will still be available for use. In some cases, an ether can be evolved into more than one new ether, but it doesn't say if it's a hard-locked choice. Okay, well, I'm gonna wait until I get to a save point to do this then. So we can trial and error and find out the answer to that question. Not enough ether points to evolve this one. I need X mineral or material to craft X weapon, and I need to go to X location to find them, so I just gotta run around everywhere like an idiot just to hit enemies a little harder. I'll just play the game and have fun. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind stuff like that because you're totally in control of, like, the kind of experience that you want to have. So I'm okay with that. Like, I'm okay with the process being a little bit pedantic. Sorry, hold on. Oh, we got a delivery. Okay, hold on. I need to run an ad anyways, so I'm just going to go grab that off the porch, and I'll be back in a few minutes.
3, 2, 1, go! This game's winner is Fox.
All right. Looks like Link's run has been dashed. I mean, that was the last round anyways. So final call if you want to choose which characters fight next. Otherwise, I'm going to randomly generate a matchup right now. So if you've got 1,000 channel points going spare and you want to pick who fights next, you have about 10 seconds to get that in there while I update the scores. So the final score here is going to be 7-4 in favor of Fox. But we're going to zero out our cards here and reset our on-screen scores. And get set up for the next one. Let's see, we'll go over here and 7 right here. So Fox firmly back in first place with an average of 8.6. Link kind of holding steady in 4th place, still looking really strong. Performed better against Fox than he did against Mario, which is very interesting. All right, let's see what the random generator does. Let's see what that has for us. It's looking like it wants to do Luigi versus Yoshi. Pretty sure we've done that matchup before. Let's see. Oh, actually we haven't. All right, that will work out perfectly. Luigi versus Yoshi is going to be our next matchup for the next 11 ad breaks. All right, so in the red corner, Luigi. And in the blue corner, Yoshi. Thank you, random generator. Surprising that we got that on the first try. So let's take a look at the standings here really quick. Luigi is currently in 8th place, and Yoshi is currently in 10th place. So this will be a good matchup. They're only separated by 1/10 of a point in their average. So very, very close together. All right, so where is Luigi? There we go. So right here, we're going to need a 0. And right here, we're going to need a 0. There we go. Battle of the side characters. That's true. Yeah, Mario's lesser halves duking it out. All right, let me get this all set here. All right, now let's come back over to the big screen because I have something to show you all. During the break, the UPS person came, and I just decided to go grab the package off the porch during the break because it timed out well, but I'm glad that I did. I didn't know what this was going to be. I knew that this was coming this month, but I didn't know when. And I was like, oh, why did I get a package from Japan? What is this? And this is very exciting. This is my first figure purchase. I don't own any, like, character figures from anything. It's not really something that usually appeals to me. But I made an exception in this case. I'm switching mics. It's the 25th anniversary of Final Fantasy IX, and I decided to splurge, and I got the figures of the new 25th anniversary versions of Zidane and Garnet. And they are bigger than I expected that they were going to be. So this is pretty cool. I got to figure out where I'm going to put these, but they come in these nice FF9 boxes with the logo on there and everything. After I purchased these, I believe they were made available in like a US version that was slightly less expensive after the shipping. These are cheap. These were cheaper than the American figures before the shipping, but like the same price or a little bit more after. But they really weren't that ridiculous. Like there are some figures that are like hundreds of dollars, and these were less than 100 each. I think they were like came out to like 60 something each. So I'll show them off here. They're gonna be a little bit hard to see in the box, but here's Zidane. He's got his new the new Mage Masher design that they did, that everybody's talking about. All the weebs are talking about how he can, you know, connect them together. Very, very cool. A lot of people are hinging their remake theories on solely that, which is really wild, but I guess kind of interesting. And there's a base for them to stick onto. His tail is a separate piece, which is kind of funny. So I'll have to take the tail and put it on him, pin the tail on the monkey. The daggers look really cool. But yeah, they're hard to see in the box. The facial expression looks good to me. And here's Garnet. This is long hair Garnet, not short hair Garnet. See if I can get it to focus. I was having a really hard time figuring out what plane. There we go. And I actually don't remember which rod that is. But I'm sure somebody knows. But yeah, they look cool. I have kind of like a little miniature Final Fantasy area right here. I have 2 Kushu art cards from the Women of Final Fantasy collection. And then you probably can't see it, but this little acrylic standee is
Zidane and Kuja. And then all my like Final Fantasy Magic cards that I kept are here. And then there's some Women of Final Fantasy cards as well. They made some playing cards for that set. And then that kind of rolls into all of my pins that I have here that you also can't see. I'd like to do something with the pins, but I don't know. I was thinking maybe I would get something that went across up here that I could stick all of my pins onto, like a cork board or something, because I'm starting to have so many pins that I have nowhere to put them. But another part of me was like, oh, that should be something Mario themed, but it's just such a convenient area of my background. I don't know what else to do. I don't know what else to do there. So there might be, something might happen there at some point. But I have such a limited area. You know, I've got my current games right up by my head, and I have my Bionicles back here, which I think I want to keep. But anyways, I'll have to figure out somewhere for these FF9 figures to go, because I don't have a spot staked out for them so far, and I want it to be a special spot. But it probably has to be somewhere on these shelves. But I'm also like approaching the point where even this shelf right here would have to be taken away to make room for more games. Like I have, here, let me move out of the way. So like I have this much room for Switch 2 games, which is a great amount of space. But if I get any more DS or 3DS or Game Boy family games, that makes this go this way. So either one of those would close this gap. And then once this shelf is full, there's nowhere else to put games on here except for this shelf. So this would be the next thing to go. Because I technically, well, here, let me switch to the wide shot so you can actually see what I'm talking about. Well, you still can't really see it. So there's this shelf here and this shelf here that don't have games on them, because these are the fixed shelves. All the rest of these shelves, you can put them anywhere you want, and I can do custom height. But these ones are like rigidly attached to the outer pieces, and you can't move them up or down. So these are my like display shelves. So these would be the last to go. And then at the very bottom, I have another set of like taller shelves that you can't see. And this side is all of my guidebooks and art books, which is like perfectly full, and there's basically no more room. And then this is like kind of a miscellaneous. I've got magazines that I don't care too much about, some random like physical PC stuff, and like a Pokemon binder and my graph paper and, you know, whatever. So I guess I could technically overflow down there into these like two really tall shelves, but then I would have nowhere to put these other things, and I don't know where I would put them. This I could maybe figure out, but I really have nowhere else to put these guidebooks. But all that being said, I don't know where I would make like a dedicated like Final Fantasy shelf. I have Final Fantasy stuff all over this room. There's Final Fantasy stuff up here. There's Final Fantasy stuff up here that you can't see. This is actually all Final Fantasy IX stuff up here. Over there, there's a VV print and then 3 keychains that are all Final Fantasy IX. But I'm not gonna put these figures on the wall. That would be weird. I mean, I guess I could try to find like a really small, shallow floating shelf and then maybe put them up there. I'll consider that. But there's not a lot of real estate left in here, I guess is what I'm getting at. Every inch has like something on it. I have some newly opened up space right in between my 2 TVs, but that needs to stay where it is, at least until I get a new set of speakers, because I got to get a new set of speakers in here. These TV speakers are not going to cut it long term. Anyways, nobody cares about any of that. Thank you for looking at my figures. I'll update you once I have a place to put them. For now, I'm going to put them in this little room divider square that used to have my subwoofer in it that died. Let's go back to Xenosaga. Right over here. Pause the double music.
Last time you played FF9, you used a cheat code to let anyone equip any weapon, so Dagger could equip daggers. That's so silly, Shane. You gave claws to someone because the claw... Wait. If you gave claws to someone, the claw would still be attached to Amaranth's fist, so it's like they're fighting with Amaranth's severed hand. That's kind of funny. Yeah, the game doesn't know what to do. That's a bit cursed for sure. Okay. So, we just got bodied by a really scary enemy. I was trying to explore... Oh, right. I was trying to explore a little bit. Well, hopefully this guy's alone. I was trying to explore a little bit to see if we could get any other, like, items or something. Great, a critical. These guys are called golems. Nice crit. Why do these guys have so much HP? Okay, I'm starting to understand the GTW a little bit better in the bottom left. So this is Shion's turn. Let's go like this. And then for Cosmos, Cosmos should be able to do 70 damage right here. Nice. This guy doesn't have the 6 AP attacks, so he's just going to do 2 every time. And then a Spell Ray. So it's a good thing we got that chest up in the top left when we did, because it would be a lot harder for us to get to it now. Okay, 95. We probably won't do 95 here, but we can go for it. Ah, very close. Or wait, we got it. 98. Oh, nice. We got a level up. That's good. You know the old saying. Of course I do. I don't. Okay. I'm trying to imagine this map, because I don't want to just wander around willy-nilly and get in a bunch of encounters that I don't need to get in. The main thing that we were concerned about was just making sure that we went back to that one door that we had the key for. I suppose there's a possibility that there could be other decoders inside of destructible objects that we haven't destroyed yet. And maybe that's worth looking for. But if we go to the segment file... Oh, the right arm thing that we got is related to this little picture. Interesting. So yeah, door 10 is inside the simulator. And then door 16... Is the implication that all of these doors are on this ship? Surely not. You gotta get that GTW in BR if you want to win when the fights get tough. Okay. All right, these guys have 180. Let's just heal. Virgil, your posture needs work, my dude. What is that stance? Okay, 62. Let's see. Let's heal Cosmos now. Mangy posture. True, actually. Very true. Alright, this should take him out. Oh, yeah. Bye-bye. Can you do 62, my guy? Nah, not unless you crit. Oh, very close, but still not quite enough. He's got 5. 69, nice. That truly is the most mangy posture I've ever seen. Still nothing in here. Dead. So we got you again, but now we can kill you. I feel like I'm wasting a lot of time and resources doing this. I'm also like a little bit turned around, so that doesn't help. I know which way I need to go the way they want me to go. But I guess I'm kind of forgetting like what all was back here. We got the 2 chests that we saw. So I think we're good. I'm probably gonna have to refight this guy over here now. Actually, let me see if I can go up to the bridge. Okay, we can't go up to the bridge. Also, that was my Discord sound. Sorry, I accidentally disabled, or not accidentally. I disabled streamer mode earlier because I needed to look at something. It doesn't look like there's any type of, like, positive or negative initiative to battle. Or at least, if there is, it's not related to, how you interact with the enemy on the overworld. Getting lost in the ships is a rite of passage? Okay. Good to know. Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm lost. I'm just like, my mental map is not as vibrant as it may have been like an hour ago. I also don't like that these objects redeploy. It would be really nice if they stayed destroyed. Let's drop another save here, though. And heal. What kind of time and overhead was... Or what kind of time and effort was the overhead in getting Discord started? Like, legitimately as a company? Discord was made by, like, a small group of people because they were frustrated that there wasn't a better way to talk to people while they were playing Final Fantasy XI. They were tired of using TeamSpeak. And so they made Discord. Oh, like making your own server. Got it. It's really easy, Smash. I think the only thing that's difficult about making a Discord server is like deciding how intense you want to be. You know, there's all these like cool little bots and things and like integrations and bells and whistle type things that you can do. And so you're kind of like immediately dropped into a sandbox where the really basic functionalities are super easy to understand, but then you're met with this like, you know, like dilemma, I guess, of like, okay, how many channels do I want to have? How do I want to organize them? It's very robust, and it can be a little bit daunting, I think, if you like go into other people's servers. But I think if you have been to another server and you like how that server is structured, if you make your own, it's going to be very easy to like copy that from just like a UX perspective. So I wouldn't be too worried about it as far as that goes. The only thing that's scary for me is like the iceberg of like plugins and integrations and bots and automation stuff. Which for some people, that's just, they don't care or it's exciting. But for me, it's like overwhelming. We'll call this save After Some Wandering. But I keep it pretty chill and minimalistic in my server. But that's not to say it didn't take a lot of effort to establish its minimalism. There are a couple things that can go wrong that don't always make sense that have to do with permissions. So you have, oh god, I'm just gonna immediately run from this encounter. Because these guys devastated us. We just saved so I could try to fight them, but I'm not going to. And I might be able to iframe through them. Oh, they're like feasting on this gear. Or egg. Is a single one called an egg, or is it called an eggs as well? Alright, let's try to fight them, I guess. So they seem to they like counter your ether attack with this attack, and it heals them. And then they do their like regular attack. But you can't attack them with the ground attack. So, I don't know what you're supposed to do in order to beat them. We can experiment a little bit and then just reload the save. Yeah, Discord has come full circle. Exactly, Chris. I'm pretty sure I have that right. Fact check me on that, but I'm pretty sure that's the origin story of Discord. Is some friends were playing FF11. He looks funny. So they have 100 HP. So I guess the gimmick is that you have to kill them in one go, because otherwise they will counter. So let's do this. That'll kill one, and then I'll have enough for a tech attack next turn. And then we're gonna need to just tank a hit with Cosmos here, because he's gonna retaliate. Your aim is announce, go live, general chat, food, pets, memes, clips. Yeah, that will be super easy to achieve. If you're not messing around with like voice channels and doing like, you know, watch party type stuff, the permissions thing becomes a lot simpler. So let me try doing this. Because likely all of your text channels would have exactly the same permissions. Okay, I don't know if I can do 85 damage, but I can definitely do 36. I'm sure there's a lot of good, like, Discord tutorials, too. But that being said, like, you probably have a dozen friends that have Discord servers that would be a better resource for helping you get stuff set up. I'd be happy to help. You could bug me about that kind of stuff if you wanted. Alright. So I think we kind of understand how these guys work, at least. They're still pretty dangerous, though. But if we pay attention to their HP and we don't attack them willy-nilly, we can make it work. Can I do anything with this gear? No. I think we actually had to go this way. You want to play with it and see how far you get? I have full confidence in you, Smashington. I don't know exactly what you do for a living, but based on some of the stuff that you've talked about, I have a feeling that you probably have pretty high acumen with computer stuff. So I think you can figure it out. I think you'll be just fine. If I can figure it out... I saw him. This is not a good camera angle for us.
I've come this far, I can't lose now.
Oh, I forgot to look at how much health they have. I think they have 100 as well. Oh no, they have 240. The Menace Cannon. You need this? Sure. It's if I need. We have been joined by the lady. She snuck in. She came home early. Let's go for... I guess they're at basically the same HP. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, 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 bing. Okay. We only have 4 with... Let's do this. It's probably unnecessary. Oh, nice miss. We haven't seen a miss before. This should take care of it. Come on, give me like 100 here. Okay, yeah, we're good. And we'll do the same thing here. This probably won't be enough, but we'll see. I don't think she's going to do 100. No, not quite. What? You weren't in battle mode until just now? It annoyed you that Misty had Staryu and Starmie? That's like basically having the same Pokemon? I mean, it's better than the trainers in the video game that had like 5 of the same exact Pokemon.
This is... You don't understand.
Cry in the face of my 8 level 12 Geodudes that all self-destruct. Behold the power of hikers. Ah, we finally get to destroy these. Oh, there was an evil critter inside this box. Of course. I mean, at least Staryu and Starmie represent 2 different Pokedex entries. Oh, these ones only have 90. Okay. So, Cosmos can probably take out one by herself. And then Virgil should be able to kill the one that we got started with. Xion. Don't underestimate Bugcatcher Jimmy with his 4 Metapods. Yeah, exactly. I think Staryu Starmie's fine. I get what you're saying, but it's a weird hill to die on. It's a small quibble. And she had a lot of other Pokemon too. You know, she's got her Horsey, she's got Togepi, she's got Psyduck. She had a diverse team. We should be thankful that we got to hear the anime cry of Staryu and Starmie. Obviously, Starmie is superior in the English dub, but I don't know if y'all ever heard the Italian dub of Starmie is pretty infamous. I will not be imitating it, so don't ask me to. Yeah, I'll show it to you afterwards. You'll understand why I'm not going to imitate it. She never really used her Goldeen? I forgot that she had one. So I guess you're right. Guess that proves your point. It's been a long time though, so. Yeah, Italian Starmie is something. I now feel like the battle system now feels like I'm like a big kid who's still on the playground. And I've like climbed on the same monkey bars and jungle gym too many times. And like I get it. You know, it's not new and magical to me anymore. And it feels like it's almost like patronizing me a little bit. I'm ready for the battle system to introduce like a new mechanic. All right, let's see. These guys have the least amount of health. We'll have Cosmos take out the one in the middle. Straight away. That is a big goblin. You're right, Chris. Oh, I forgot to do the trial and error thing with the tech points at the save point. We'll have to try that. at the next save point. I'm assuming we'll see another one before we get to the escape pod, but we'll see. French Starmie doesn't even say hello. I don't know. I don't think that any of the Starmies say hello. Only Staryu says hello. Okay, maybe it was the French one. I'm probably mixing it up. Yeah, it sounds like you found what I was talking about, Shane. Pretty legendary. Nice job, Cosmos.
My external appearance is down 5%. Shion, I need to be clean.
Yeah, I think that if I remember correctly, the English dub of Starmie is just kind of like a, or like a bubble kind of sound, like a, I don't even remember. Maybe I'm getting it mixed up with Krabby, but it's not anything like Starmie. Oh, meanwhile, back at the monolith.
Will my death be for nothing?
One pod left.
What the? What are you people doing here? Gnosis.
So, it's functional.
You want some of this? Ah! Then come and get it, you bastards!
Shut up, Virgil. That's a big clip. Oh, Shion's grabbing a gun. Yeah, this isn't looking good, y'all. Maybe we should go back to using the AWS, Shion. That was working pretty good. The whole separate battle screen thing, one at a time. I don't know why we're hesitating right now either. Like, why aren't we just jumping in the escape pod and saying, screw you, Cherenkov? Oh. Oh. Okay. Feb? What? Oh yeah, you did a swear, Chris.
This ship is about to capsize. Please make haste.
Wait, Cosmos. Cosmos, do you understand what you've just done?
My assigned duty is to protect Vector employees. Protection of military personnel is not part of my prime directive.
That's no excuse! You have no right to go about killing people! Why did you shoot Lieutenant Virgil? With your power, you don't have to sacrifice anyone to—
At that time, Lieutenant Virgil was in my direct line of fire. Any changes in my firing position to avoid Lieutenant Virgil while protecting you would have resulted in a 30% depreciation in my offensive capabilities. On the other hand, with the Lieutenant's death, there would only be a 0.2% drop in efficacy. I simply chose the option with the highest probability to keep you alive. Furthermore, the escape pod has a maximum capacity of 2 occupants. I believe it is obvious who gets priority.
How can you even say that? Have you no conscience?
You made her. You should know that she doesn't.
Yet I am not human. I am merely a weapon. You, of all people, should be well aware of that
Yeah.
fact.
Hello. Your 22-year-oldness is showing.
Will you board the escape pod, or will you not board the escape pod? If you wish to express remorse for his death, it is best that you survive. Otherwise, you will render his death meaningless.
Dang.
Come on, Chief. Let's go.
What about this guy? So I guess all the rest of our team is dead too? We're not talking about them. That doesn't look good. Oh, I'm gonna have to fight this thing. Alright. Sure! Ooh, with the monolith in the background? This thing is massive. Okay, let me put... Oh, this is... Oh, and I don't have Virgil anymore. Right, because we just murdered him. Let me do this... And I'm gonna have Xion get in her egg, which is probably what I should have done a long time ago. So there's little ads here in addition to the main guy. What's up, Space? How are you? Yikes. When do I get a turn? Good lord. Come on. These guys have attacked like twice each. Okay. So... The main guy has 860 and the little ads have 240. Pretty good. Good to hear. Yeah, doing well also, Space. Having some fun with Xenosaga. Started yesterday. There's a lot going on in this game already. Lots of lore, very dense, taking notes, having a good time with it. Well, I think we should be able to do 240 to this thing if it has similar defense capabilities to the other enemies. And we're probably going to be a little short here. Almost got it. Two. Wow, we were off by 2. Alright, so I have to use my turn on this. This game has some really nice Y2K vibes. Yeah, in a lot of ways, too. In a lot of ways. You're not wrong. From like a literal standpoint because of when it came out, but also like there's a lot of like kind of meta Y2K concepts at play as well. Can't use items or ether as this thing, which really sucks. So I guess I'll just keep using it until its HP gets low and then pop out. The Cosmos needs to heal. Oh, nice critical. Well, I probably should get rid of this thing. And that'll help. Can I do it in one? I guess I can check and see. Yeah. That's kind of nice. Before you commit to only doing one attack, you can see how much damage it does. And then you have a small window to do another one. It's very nice. Okay. So let's do a full-blown on here, and then we'll have Xion come back to human form. Hopefully this thing can't restore the ads. All right, we're a little on the back foot here, depending on what it does here. Oof, yeah, that's not good. That's not good at all. So let's see. Probably want both of them to use an item here, just to be safe. So we'll do one of these. Yep, that was a big part of it, Chris, was like the panic surrounding how computers would react when everything ticked over. Which I don't know how much of that panic was contrived, because, like, of course, as we know, nothing really happened, and it's perfectly easy to, like, program a computer to prepare for something like that. So that wasn't a big deal. Puppies, what is going on? We already got one delivery. I don't think we got another one. Probably somebody walking by with a dog or something. Okay. I have 5 AP, not 6. So I guess we'll just do a onesie-twosie here. We can boost into Cosmos here, which is nice. And she also has 5. We'll just boost. Some older systems, you remember hearing that in 2030 some of them would be rendered unusable because they weren't future-proofed. Interesting. I wonder how they came up with that number. Your understanding was that it was a very real thing. The reason nothing happened is because people worked hard to fix it. I mean, that's certainly believable. Which, you know, that's I guess that's kind of what I meant. It's like we theoretically have like a massive amount of time to prepare. So like why are we so worried? Like it made sense for us to be like, "Oh, this is something to be concerned about. We need to prepare for this. We need to do something." But the like panic idea of like, there's nothing we'll be able to do and everything will explode when it gets here. It felt kind of contrived, I guess, in retrospect. Okay, it's gonna fire something next turn. Oh, it's happening right now. Okay, that hurt a lot, but it didn't kill us, so... it's got 130 HP. Maybe I'll see if I can save this boost. Oh, but it's the critical turn. I should take it. Let me do an ether here. This is a little bit sketchy. Maybe I can get a big attack with Cosmos here and just finish it up. We'll see. See if we can do 130. Just straight out. Come on. Oh, so close. Oh, but I got my next turn anyways. Okay, bye. Why he look like a boat? Speaking of Skies of Arcadia. Yeah, it could very well have gone just that way, Space. I'm not trying to be conspiratorial-minded. Whatever happened, we made it through, and that's what matters. Alright, so we're still trying to repel the Gnosis. They keep coming back. But Cosmos is too strong. She never runs out of bullets. But they're trying to get to the Zohar. That doesn't look good. That's right. Our ship is like a couple of ships put together, so they're just like separating, I think. Oh, there's Cherenkov. So now he's just in free space with Cosmos? Is that what's going on? And then Shion and Alan got into the escape pod, presumably? Why would we have a Why would we have a ship with like thousands of people on it that's like the size of a city, and then there's 6 escape pods that hold 2 people? That seems like a logistical issue that should have been addressed. Oh, Cosmos has her own little pod.
The object was not the original. Affirmative.
Oh.
It was an emulator. Roger. Upon deploying tracking device, I will depart immediately. As originally planned, I will head for 2nd Milsha.
Sword. So why can't they tell it's not real if it isn't real? Is that what closed the portal, or did she try to shoot at them and miss? Oh, that was her planning the tracking device. Probably. Would you like to save? Okay, yes, perfectly. I'm just going to pause here and write for a second, and this is probably going to be where we end. So Cosmos says she will plant a tracking device. And then head for 2nd Milsha, which we know to be a planet. She is receiving a transmission from someone, but we don't know who. She is in free space with her pod and Cherenkov. We assume that Alan and Shion got into the pod, but we don't know where it is. Okay. And then we're going to save. Circle button, yes. Almost hit X. That was a close one. Go, B. Silly puppy. What a silly puppy. All right, this is number 15. And we'll call this static save screen. Wow. Static save screen after Gnosis attack. Okay, and this is where we're going to leave it for today. I'm not even going to close out of this menu because it'll probably immediately go into another cutscene. So this is where we will come back next week. Let me put on some music for a second while we wrap up. We need to close the new Tuesday poll and find out what our new Tuesday game is going to be, so I can insist that you come watch me start it on Tuesday. Let's see. All right. We have a winner. Very exciting. Thank you to everyone that voted. Oh, Space is running to the polling place at the last minute. Bad chatter. Shame, shame. Get in there. Are you gonna swing it? Are you gonna swing it, Space? All right, Space's vote has been recorded. It's not enough to swing the poll, but I'm glad that your vote was counted. We are going to be playing Boktai, The Sun is in Your Hand, for the GBA. I'm very excited about this. This is a GBA game that has a solar sensor built into the cartridge that you were meant to take outside into the sunlight to charge up your solar gun that you would use to shoot beams of light at zombies and vampires. And whenever you ran out of charge, you would have to go back outside again and charge it back up. But we're going to be playing this game inside on a GameCube GBA player. I'm not going to be taking my GameCube outside. So I have a little UV flashlight that fits perfectly into a microphone stand. So whenever we need some sunlight, we just, and we'll charge it up and G to G. So it's going to be fun. It's a Hideo Kojima game, despite how it might look. So I'm ready for all kinds of meta concepts and weird humor and Kojima-isms. This will be my first time playing a Kojima game that isn't Metal Gear Solid, so that will also be very interesting. What do I think Kojima would say to me using a flashlight instead of going outside? I think that he would giggle, and he would say, "That's very clever," and he would probably... He might not admit to it, but I bet he knows that that's a thing, and maybe he did it when he was testing the game. And at this point, he probably would just be happy that someone is playing Boktai. If there's any type of, like, off-stream grinding that's a thing in the game, I'll absolutely take advantage of going outside and playing it. I have the means to do so. There's just not a way for me to stream outside. That's not realistic. So, that's what we're going to do. I'm very excited about it. Thank you for voting in our gimmick game poll. They all would have been cool to do, but I'm happy that that one won. So you can expect that on Tuesday. That's going to start next Tuesday. Same time, 11:30 a.m. Central Time. And then next Thursday and Friday, we'll be back with more Xenosaga, finding out what happens after this. I'm very excited. This is a very promising start, day 1 and 2 for this game. So we need to find someone to raid into and see what's up. I think I have an idea of where we're going, but let me take a look. Let's see. It's raining again. Not as hard as it was yesterday, but it's probably loud enough that y'all can hear it. Again. It just probably doesn't sound like the window's gonna break. Alright, yeah, we're gonna go drop in on Jackie. Jackie's getting really close to the end of Mass Effect 1, so be sure to run away if you're concerned about spoilers. But I definitely want to see her reactions to some of the late game stuff, because Mass Effect is one of my favorite series of all time. And Jackie's a cool person. You should follow her if you're not already. So let's hit this button, say hi to the lady, and then we're going to press this button to raid out. If you would like to see more of the lady, get those subs in, and we'll do a Sunday stream for you and play some more of our point-and-click playthrough of Grim Fandango. We're getting close to hitting that one. I think we're like 3 or 4 subs away. So whenever that bar fills up, we'll do a special stream on Sunday. You can also commission special streams on Ko-fi. If you want me to play more of that Ocarina of Time fan game that I played last week, you can cash out a stream of that. There's a bunch of other fun little interesting one-off games that you can cash in over there too. If you want to buy me stuff on Throne, you can do that. If you want
to get me a copy of DK Bonanza or a Switch 2 Pro controller or something because you just don't know what to do with your money, those doors are open to you. But, you know, spend your money responsibly. Otherwise, we'll see you in the next thing. Let's go say hi to Jackie. Bye-bye. Be good.